guys ready? Got it on there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask everybody to have a seat, please stop talking. We're going to start tonight's meeting. Thank you. All right. All right.
Mayor, just allow us a few minutes to accommodate certain areas. Thank you.
I'll allow it. Will you give me the daggers? Tony. When do you guys leave the statement? All right, ready to start? All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, today is Wednesday, September 27th, roughly 6:07 p.m. Calling today's meeting into order. Madam Clerk, if you'll take the roll, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Danziger.
Present.
Vice Mayor Rose.
Here.
Commissioner Landsman.
Present.
Commissioner Maschein.
Present.
Commissioner Velasquez.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Chief, if you'll lead us, please, in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, thank you everybody for joining us. Just to start with a quick statement, I understand today is a very sensitive subject to many of the members here. However, I'm going to ask that we follow the rules as prescribed in the town's code of ordinances. There was a little bit of a rally outside earlier. I'm going to ask that spirit remain outside, and when you're in those chambers, you adhere to our rules and abide by them. And those are the rules of decorum, which essentially states, I'm going to cut it down to one primary one, is please don't speak unless you're recognized by the chair. For those that wish to speak during public comment, please fill out one of these blue cards with the clerk. And we are going to roll right into it. Mr. Attorney, if you'll read the
Statement, quasi-judicial statement.
I only wrote stat. I forgot the E, so yes, the statement, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. Tonight's special meeting of the Town Commission is an in-person meeting as set forth in the Town Code. Applications in item 2A of this evening's meeting agenda. It's listed as item 2A. It's the only item on the agenda. That item is quasi-judicial in nature. Following the presentations by staff and the applicant, the board can ask questions and then take public comment. Following public comment, the board can ask additional questions and deliberate on the resolution. The quasi-judicial procedures require the Town Commission to consider the evidence presented to it and base their decision on the applicable law and primarily on the evidence presented, whether by the applicant, staff, or members of the public. In this case, the applicable law includes the criteria as set forth in Section 90-20 of the Code and the design guidelines. The evidence considered must be substantial, competent evidence. This means testimony or other evidence based on personal observation or relevant expert testimony that a reasonable mind would accept as adequate to support a conclusion. It is not a popularity contest. It cannot be based solely on non-expert opinions, no matter how fervent those opinions might be. Everyone who seeks to speak on an item will be given an opportunity to speak. If you intend to provide testimony as to any of the applications considered tonight, you will be sworn in before your testimony is taken. Please know if you do speak, you may be subject to cross-examination. If you refuse either to be cross-examined or to be sworn, your testimony will be considered in that context and given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the board to direct questions on their behalf to either staff or the applicant. At this time, anyone who wishes to speak should be sworn in. Madam Clerk, can you please administer the oath?
Everyone that wishes to speak, please stand up and raise your right hand. Everyone that's going to speak on this item, please stand up and raise your right hand. Right hand. Okay. Do you swear or affirm to say the truth and only but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated. Mayor, for those that are in the training room, we will have to sort them in as they come in.
All right. I don't have very many speaker cards in front of me, so we're going to have to, all right.
Pardon me,
moving on.
Mayor, a couple more things. Madam Clerk, can you confirm compliance with the advertising and notice requirements for tonight's
Confirm.
hearing? Thank you. And then lastly, Mayor and Commissioners, have any of you had any ex parte communications with the applicant or any member of the public, either for or against any of the applications to be heard tonight? If so, please state for the record who the communication was with and the nature of the communication. If any person spoke on behalf of an entity, such as the applicant or any other party, please state for the record who they said they were speaking on behalf of. Anyone speaking on another person or entity's behalf should be registered as a lobbyist unless accepted by the code.
All right, so let's start. Commissioner?
I can start. Yes, I've had discussions with James, Jeff, and Darren from DeMock, David Rodan, Pablo, and Martin Longesfeld. I also attended a memorial committee meeting with some families in DeMock present.
For the record, I have had exactly the same experience that Commissioner Lansman did, and as well as just several emails and communication from various members of the family, as well as direct meetings with FDOT and the county, Mayor Cava, and with
Sorry, a question was asked whether we have to disclose, anyway, it's only members who encourage the passage or defeat of this. If it was just for information, it doesn't hurt to disclose it, but this particular disclosure is for that purpose.
Quasi-judicial, I don't remember talking about the families. No, I'm just saying that I don't remember in any other quasi-judicial that we've had in the past, and this is probably my number 7. Have I ever disclosed that I've talked to family members or residents of our town? It's usually been the developer itself, so I'm just surprised by that question.
Perhaps, Mayor, through the Mayor, if I can clarify. Anyone who encouraged the passage or defeat, whoever they are, if they were residents, you're supposed to disclose that. Absolutely, it's anyone who encouraged the passage or defeat of this. What I was responding to, which I thought was the question, was when Commissioner Maischeid said that she spoke to certain government employees, government administrators, and elected officials. And to that end, if they did not encourage the passage or defeat, then they're technically not part of this ex parte disclosure. It is no harm for her to mention them. I think it's good for informational purposes. But just, I wanted to clarify that. It's anyone who encourages the passage or defeat.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sorry, your turn.
I thought you were finished? Okay, I'm sorry. That was enough. Oh, okay. Okay, well, I had a conversation, I'm not sure what his name is, but it was, I remember James Galvin and the gentleman that's sitting 3rd row from the back. I'm not sure what his name is. Jeff what? Jeff Roslin. This was about a couple of months ago. Other than that, I haven't spoken to anyone else from the developer side that I remember right now. In terms of residents, concerned residents, family members of from the Champlain Tower collapse. I've had conversations with them. In terms of other elected officials from other agencies, no, I have not. The only thing is the letter that we received yesterday from the Miami-Dade County Commissioner. Other than that, I have not spoken to anyone else.
I've spoken with Jeff, James, and Darren, as well. I was at the Memorial Committee meeting for about 20 minutes.
I've had conversations with representatives from DeMock, from the family members. I'm not going to try to name them all. They weren't necessarily pro the project or in opposition. They were informative.
Thank you. And Mayor, I pass the proceedings over to you to
I'll
begin
take the
with.
gavel back. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item 2A, 877 Collins Avenue, new 12-story multifamily building. Madam Clerk, if we read the title of the ordinance into the record, please.
Thank you, Mayor. A resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, approving or denying a site plan application to permit the development of property located at 8777 Collins Avenue, Surfside, Florida, for a multifamily residential development consisting of up to 52 dwelling units and up to 148 parking spaces, providing for conditions, providing for violations of conditions, providing for surveyability clauses, and providing for an effective date. Item 2A.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Manager, turning over the proceedings to you.
Mayor, thank you very much. We do have town administration here to present to you the project through our town planner, Judith. I would invite her to present to you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Judith Frankel. I'm the town planner for the town of Surfside. In a few minutes, Mr. Keller of Marlin Engineering, our consulting town planner, will review the development review criteria, zoning characteristics, and the staff review of the site plan for 8777 Collins Avenue. Following Mr. Keller, we have James McGinnis, town building official, to provide his comments to you as well. And then following that, we'll have a presentation by the applicant, along with public comment. Town staff, including the town manager and town attorneys, are here to answer any of your questions throughout any of the presentations. We're happy to take those as they arise. Before I turn it over to Mr. Keller, I'm going to go over some of the background for this project, just to set the context. As you know, 8777 Collins Avenue was the location of the Champlain Towers South condominium
I'm sorry,
building.
can you come closer to the mic because I can barely hear you?
Try. 8777 Collins Avenue was the location of the Champlain Towers South condominium building, which tragically collapsed on June 24th, 2021, leaving 98 people dead, many injured, many homeless, and a devastated Surfside community. Following the tragedy, the court ordered an auction sale of the property in order to quickly deliver funds to the collapse survivors and the families of the deceased. The court directed the sale of the property without any condition for a memorial on the site. One of the goals of this action was to provide survivors with the ability to obtain new housing quickly. In January of 2022, the Town Commission directed the town manager via resolution to pursue the location of a memorial park on 88th Street. In mid-2022, DeMac Properties took ownership of the site. Their team of architects, construction professionals, and developers initially met with the town staff in November of 2022. In February 2023, town staff met with members of the Memorial Committee to identify their vision and goals for the 88th Street Memorial. Following that meeting, staff, including the town manager, myself, and other staff, worked to develop an RFQ, request for qualifications, in order to identify qualified firms. I'm going to speak a little bit later about where we are in that process for the memorial. Staff advised the developers of the resolution regarding 88th Street and the Memorial Park. Developers were told that the loading dock driveway could not be in the same location as the previous driveway was for the Champlain Towers South, which was towards the eastern end of 88th Street. They were also told that all regular daily vehicular access had to be from Collins Avenue. In May of 2023, town staff met with the applicant for a pre-application meeting to review the proposal. At that time, the driveway to access the loading dock was placed closer to Collins Avenue than they had previously presented to us. Staff determined that there was sufficient space east of that access driveway to create a meaningful memorial that encapsulated the vision identified with the memorial committee members at the February 2023 meeting. In June of 2023, the applicant submitted 2 site plan proposals for a new 12-story multifamily building at 8777 Collins Avenue. The first, option A, this proposal utilized the average side setback option in the code. However, the plan relied on the south side of the property being considered a secondary frontage. 87th Terrace is no longer a street, only a 10-foot wide pedestrian easement remains. The zoning code would have needed to be amended to accommodate that proposal. The Town Commission discussed the potential for these changes at the July 25th special Town Commission meeting, but did not approve any zoning code changes. Option B, the second option presented in June, that proposal utilized the incline side setback, sometimes called the tiered or wedding cake option in the code. Town staff found that this proposal complied with the zoning code. The site plan you are reviewing tonight is a slightly revised version of option B that was submitted in June. At the Planning and Zoning Board meeting on August 31st, 2023, the developer heard concerns voiced by the public and a member of the board regarding the placement of the loading access driveway and the process for removal of refuse. The architect submitted a revised site plan to the town on September 26th, earlier this week. This revision moves the eastern edge of the loading access driveway about 15 feet westwards towards Collins Avenue and reduces the width of the driveway from 20 feet to 12 feet wide. This width complies with the minimum width provided in the town zoning code. Additionally, the developer worked with the town to identify a refuse collection strategy to avoid having waste collection vehicles utilize the loading access driveway. Town staff's review of any development application always includes consideration of surrounding site conditions. In this case, it's obvious the Memorial Park to be located on 88th Street was a major consideration. So I have a brief overview of the town's status regarding the Memorial Park plan. Okay, this is a cut and paste from the section of the resolution that was passed in January of 2022. As you can see, this resolution is direction to the manager to pursue the closure of 88th Street east of Collins Avenue to vehicular traffic for the purpose of providing a memorial park and pedestrian plaza honoring the victims of the Champlain Towers South collapse. The current town manager has been working with staff and the necessary agencies to pursue the closure of the street as much as we can and to meet this resolution. I would like to point out the last 2 lines. The last 3 lines. The closure of any portion of 88th Street to vehicular traffic is subject to the maintenance of emergency or government vehicular access and any access required to reach property north and south of the street end. Okay, as you can see here, 88th Street from Collins Avenue to the Beach Hardpack is planned to be redeveloped as part of the Memorial Park Pedestrian Plaza redevelopment. The town of Surfside owns and maintains 88th Street. However, the street regulations are set by Miami-Dade County Department of Transportation and Public Works. There are existing conditions to the site that have to be considered when considering the Memorial Park design. There is a driveway to 8801 Collins, the Solara building, which is on the north side, and that presence of that driveway requires that we maintain the intersection of 88th and Collins. Additionally, the town plans.
Sorry, I have a question here. Are we
Let's let her
talking?
finish, please, and then we
Okay, I
can
have a
save our
point of
question,
information then.
which is directed to the chair,
Okay,
Commissioner.
so I'd like a point of information. I have a question. Okay,
There would be a point of inquiry, Commissioner.
Okay, point of inquiry then. I don't understand, I thought we were here for the building,
Mayor.
not for the memorial. So I don't understand why we're talking about the memorial right now instead of the actual building. I'm a little confused here, because in the agenda, it says it's the site plan for the building, yet you're talking about the memorial. So why are we, this was not part of the agenda?
All right, Mr. Manager, I'll let you respond to this.
Thank you very much, Mayor. We would request to defer any questions at the end of our presentation, please. We will address any questions you may have, but we would request at the end of the presentation.
I
to
want
allow
my
us-
question answered right now.
I will defer to the end of the presentation to allow the presenter to
Why
finish.
do I have, but this is not part of
That's
what's
all
in
I
the
have, Chair.
agenda. This is not what's on the agenda, so you're denying my question.
Through the
Commissioner,
chair.
A privilege motion is directed to the chair who rules on it. I am ruling it invalid. Please continue.
Wow.
Okay. As I said, this is a site condition that relates to 8777 Collins. In addition to the existing driveway for 8801 Collins, the Solara building, which requires us to maintain the intersection at 88th and Collins Avenue.
Can we
There
also
is-
find out where it says here about
Commissioner,
the
please stop
Solaris?
disrupting.
Because that's not in the agenda. So why don't you pass an agenda that includes all this? Because it's not in here. I never read anything about the Solaris. I never read anything about this presentation that you're doing here. This is unacceptable. You need to go to what's in this agenda. And
Through
in
the
this
chair.
agenda is the site plan for the quasi-judicial.
Commissioner, I'm going to ask for you to please remain quiet
Well,
and
I
adhere
want
to our
my-
rules and regulations, which state
But
you
this
need to
is
be
not part of
recognized
the
before you
agenda.
speak, Commissioner,
This is
and allow
not
the
part of
town
the
to
agenda.
continue their presentation.
But this is not part of the agenda.
That is your assumption. Please allow the town to
It's not
continue
my
their
assumption.
presentation.
Where in the agenda does it say the
Commissioner,
Memorial
please
Park
stop disrupting
location?
the proceedings
Okay,
here.
but where in this agenda does it say the Memorial
Madam
Park
Planner, please
location?
continue, and if the commissioner is going to disrupt the process further, we're going to have to deal with it accordingly.
Through the chair, really quick, and I apologize, Chair, truly. I have town staff here to assist you, but the questions are to be addressed to me in that fashion, okay?
Okay, so then answer the question, Hector.
And I am answering it, we will defer
No,
to the
you're
end.
telling
and
me
thank
that
you,
you're
Chair.
not going to answer it until the end of the meeting. So that's unacceptable because you're putting here something on the
Commissioner, you are
agenda,
not
on this
recognized. Please refrain
agenda
from
that is
talking.
not
Commissioner, you're
here.
out
I
of
was
order.
not given any
Commissioner, you are
information
out of
about
order.
this,
Let the
about the
town continue
memorial
with their
in the
presentation,
agenda.
please. Commissioner, we're not 5 minutes into the meeting. Can you let the proceedings proceed? Thank you.
Why don't you want to answer the question?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to disrupt this meeting, I'm going to empty
Yeah,
the room.
they're gonna
Is that
throw out
understood?
everybody.
Thank you. Madam Planner, please continue.
Additionally, there is beach access through 88th Street, which is to remain. Additionally, emergency vehicle access. These are photographs of 88th Street, which I'm sure we're all familiar with. And this is the view from the beach side towards 88th Street, towards Collins Avenue. The signalized intersection must remain to service 8801 Collins. Minimum of 50 linear feet from the stop bar, which this car is not obeying in the picture, but the stop bar is the thick white line where you're supposed to stop at the intersection to not interrupt the crosswalk. This is per Miami-Dade County Department of Transportation and Public Works regulation. The entire area, including this portion of 88th Street fronting the intersection, is to be redeveloped with new landscape and hardscape to provide an entryway to the Memorial Park. This is what was presented, this reflects what was presented at the Planning and Zoning meeting on August 31st. As you can see, the rectangular area in green extends from where the proposed loading area driveway was all the way to the edge of the hard pack. That's about 250 feet. Areas of the hard pack may be included at some point. We haven't identified the full plan for the memorial yet. On September 26th, the architects submitted additional plans to us showing that they were able to relocate the loading area to be about 76 feet from Collins Avenue, and to reduce the size of the loading driveway from 20 feet to 12 feet, which complies with code. Based on those numbers, this gives you an idea of the space allocated for the Memorial Park plan. The area in orange, yellow at the front, fronting Collins Avenue, is intended to have landscaping improvements, hardscape, streetscape, while also continuing to provide emergency vehicle access to the adjacent properties, and provide a buffer between Collins Avenue and the Memorial Park. And then the area in green is the Memorial Park proper, with full landscaping, hardscape, with a memorial artwork, sculpture, seating, signage, which will all be identified through the designer, which we have yet to choose. The Memorial Park, based on the diagram on the previous slide, about 13,250 square feet total. And this estimated size excludes that vehicle access area fronting Collins Avenue and the intersection which we discussed. It does include the Beach Street end, the area east of the Ocean Bulkhead. So there were some questions about this at Planning and Zoning. East of the Ocean Bulkhead line, in what looks like the sandy area fronting the hard pack that connects the hard pack to the actual asphalt street in this image, we are allowed to completely redesign that space, as the town has done with other beach street ends in town. We can place benches, outdoor furniture, artwork, signage, concrete pathways, water lines for fountains, landscaping, and low turtle-friendly lighting as just an example of what can be in that space. Since the Planning and Zoning meeting, there has been discussion between the town and the applicant in terms of sanitation services and how that refuse collection would work. The town relayed to the applicant that sanitation vehicles no longer come onto private property. It's a liability issue for the town. So the proposed refuse collection point is where you see with the red circle, is right at that intersection adjacent to the existing driveway. This spot off of Collins Avenue is safest for town staff. We believe the length of time would be 5 minutes a day, and the schedule would be determined by town staff at some point when the building was in service. Some of the Memorial Park design ideas that were identified by the Memorial Park Committee, I've listed here. These ideas have all been incorporated into the RFP, the requests that we're making for the design professionals. So we don't know yet everything that will be included, but this is to give you some of the things that we are planning for that space identified. Current status, ongoing, town manager is pursuing the Memorial Park plans with state, county, and local agencies to make sure that we've identified all the potential constraints as well as resources available to us.
Excuse me, Mr. Ainsworth, please have a seat.
As I said, in February of this year, the Memorial Committee met to identify the concepts to begin the process for selecting a design firm. In June, we issued the request for qualifications to identify the qualified design firms. And then in August, we issued the request for proposals to those identified design firms. We expect in October a design firm to be chosen and then presented to the Town Commission in November of this year. Once a design firm is identified, we expect a 12-month design, development, and permitting in coordination with the Memorial Committee, the design firm, and town staff. And then construction would begin, obviously, after the design process concludes. The purpose of giving you an update as to the status of the Memorial Park is to let you know that town staff has incorporated the plans for Memorial Park in our review of 8777 because it is a site condition for the property. Along with the site being next to the ocean and on Collins Avenue and adjacent to the tennis center, those are all site conditions that are considered when considering any project. And so that's why, especially because this is sensitive, we wanted to make sure that you understood fully what the plans that the town staff has been working on. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Keller now, who's going to go over the design review criteria and the zoning characteristics and all of that for you.
Thank you, Madam Planner.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Walter Keller. I'm a Chief Engineer and Traffic Engineer for Marlin Engineering, and I've served the town of Surfside for approximately 3 years as town planner and consulting planner, now with Judith. The site plan for this application envisions two 12-story buildings with an atrium on the ground level, providing up to 52 residential dwelling units. Subject to Florida Department of Transportation approval, passenger vehicle and primary pedestrian site access will be from Collins Avenue. An internal driveway will connect Collins Avenue to a passenger and vehicle drop-off area. The internal driveway then connects to two underground parking levels with 148 spaces. The setback option utilized for this site plan is the inclined side setback, where a 10-foot setback on the south property line increases 1 foot for each 3 feet of height above 30 feet. The setback from Collins Avenue is 40 feet, and the setback from 88th Street is 20 feet. The setback on the east from the town bulkhead line is 20 feet. The roof level includes residential amenities, pool and cabanas, private amenities, pools and cabanas, open terraces, interior AC space, back of house and core uses. The building height, as measured from the wave crest, which is 18.2 feet, and GVD is 120 feet. The ground floor includes central atrium, which connects the two portions of the building with a reception area and lobby. The south building includes resident amenities, a kids club, an indoor pool, and a private cabana, which connects to the dwelling unit above. The north building includes a mailroom, valet, MEP, Florida Power and Light, main electrical, a loading dock, which is accessed from 88th Street, and a private cabana, which connects to the dwelling unit above. The area east of the town bulkhead line is primarily a private recreation area with a pool, more a pond, not a swimming pool, but a pond, walkways, and landscaping, with the easternmost portion including the hard pack easement and dune area. Level 2 includes a residence lounge kitchen, resident amenities, MEP space, 2 dwelling units in the south portion of the building, and 1 dwelling unit in the north portion of the building. Elevator banks are located in both portions of the buildings, both north and south. Levels 3 through 6 have 6 residential dwelling units on each floor, with 4 large and 2 smaller central dwelling units. It is possible an owner may combine a larger unit with the adjacent smaller unit, which would then lower the number of units in the building. The eastern 2 units on the 5th and 6th floors are increased in size by utilizing the building separation space between the 2 buildings east of the elevator banks. Level 7 has 5 residential dwelling units. The smaller unit in the north portion of the building is merged into the eastern residential dwelling unit. Level 8 through 12 provides 4 residential dwelling units. The eastern 2 units on level 12 have access to a private pool and private cabanas on the roof level above. The building construction utilizes architectural design treatments on the balconies, which incorporate glass fiber reinforced concrete matching the color of the Surfside beach and sand. Additionally, the inclined setback on the south property line increases the 10-foot setback 1 foot for every 3 feet above 30 feet. While the setback begins increasing above level 3, level 4 is set back 11 feet and 1 1/4 inches. This continues to increase, so at the top of the building, the setback is 39 feet, 11.5 inches. The landscape plan has a high percentage of Florida-friendly species. 91% of the 139 trees are Florida-friendly, and 56% of the palms are Florida-friendly. The Collins Avenue scheme includes 11 mahogany trees and 37 Simpson stopper trees. The landscape theme for 88th Street is 11 green coconut palms. The south property line, where there's a 10-foot setback, has 23 palms proposed for the private recreation area. The pervious area for the building plan is primarily provided in the private recreation area and along Collins Avenue, since the project has underground parking. The pervious area is 28.9%, where the minimum requirement is 20%. Excuse me. Preliminary discussions with the applicant that Judith talked about when we met with the applicant on August 5th, 2023. We found 3 things that were of concern to us in the building. This included the height, setback, or rather, many things were found satisfactory, but 3 areas we considered we needed more work from the developer. One was the site access, and we needed additional information on how the drop-off and how the traffic flow would work. We also felt we needed a 10-foot buffer, landscape buffer on both Collins Avenue and 88th Street. And finally, there was a stairwell exit on the property line on 88th Street in the northeast part of the 88th Street, and we wanted that removed from the setback. The Development Review Group reviewed the site plan application on August 9th, 2023. A detailed presentation was made by James Galvin, developer, vice president, and project manager. The plan set reviewed by DRG utilized the inclined setback, as I mentioned previously. After considering the presentation and going through a question and answer period, the town staff felt they were in general agreement with the impacts that they had been previously or adequately considered, and that the project should proceed to the Planning and Zoning Board. The Planning and Zoning Board reviewed the site plan at their August 31st meeting. The board discussed the location and use of the loading dock driveway on 88th Street. The board voted 4-1 for recommending approval of the site plan. After that meeting, the applicant sent a letter to the town indicating their commitment to exclude solid waste activities from the applied uses for the 88th Street loading dock. The applicant shall comply with the location, timing, and procedures for solid waste pickup at the property as required by the town and/or other agencies and jurisdictions. In order to approve a site plan of multifamily, the town has to follow Section 90-22A of the town zoning code. There are 7 items that need to be considered to approve a site plan. I'm going to go through these at this point. 1, the development as proposed conforms to the comprehensive plan and the zoning code. The development as proposed will have a favorable or unfavorable impact on the environment and natural resources. Town administration finds that the project conforms to the town's comprehensive plan and that the development of 52 dwelling units is less than the allowable density provided in the comprehensive plan and is otherwise consistent with the allowable uses, development policies, goals, objectives of the comprehensive plan. Staff also finds the project generally complies with the zoning code, since the building complies with the town's height requirements, setback requirements, pervious area requirements, and other zoning regulations. Number 2, the development as proposed will have a favorable or unfavorable impact on the environment and natural resources, including consideration of the means and estimated costs necessary to minimize the adverse impacts, if any. This project has minimal impacts on the environment and natural resources. The significant reduction in dwelling units from the former development, which had 137 units, now to 52 units or less, will lessen the water, sewer, solid waste, and public education impacts. The developer is proposing to design the project to be LEED Silver certifiable and also use best efforts to obtain LEED Silver or its equivalent certification within 12 months of issuance of a certificate of occupancy. Third, the development as proposed will have a favorable or unfavorable impact on the economy of the town of Surfside. The development of the new building will generate a significant increase to the town's tax base and provide new residents and seasonal clientele for the town's business, shops, and restaurants. Next, the development as proposed will efficiently use or unduly burden water, sewer, solid waste, disposal, education, recreation, or other necessary public facilities which have been constructed or planned or budgeted for construction in the area. The significant reduction in dwelling units from the former development, again, 137 units to 52, will lessen the water, sewer, solid waste, public education impacts. The developer is participating in assisting the town's new water main and oceanside dune system. Solid waste pickup will be from the building loading zone and directed towards 88th Street. The development as proposed will efficiently use or unduly burden or affect public transportation facilities, including mass transit, public streets and roads, which have been planned or budgeted for construction in the area, and if development is or will be accessible by private or public roads or street. The impact of public facilities and transportation are also decreased from the former development due to the decrease in units and the corresponding decrease in projected vehicles. Further, the proposed development divides passenger vehicle access and loading access. Passenger vehicle access is accommodated with the 2 proposed Collin Avenue driveway curb cuts, subject to Florida Department of Transportation approval. The internal driveway provides for passenger vehicle drop-off and for valet parking. The internal driveway connects to 2 underground parking levels, and an on-site loading zone connects to the western portion of 88th Street. The development as proposed is consistent with the community character of the immediate neighborhood. In addition to consistency, there must be congruity between the subject development and neighboring improvements and surroundings, including but not limited to form, spacing, height, setbacks, materials, color, rhythm, and pattern of architectural aesthetic interest or value, as well as any other overlays or other development schemes or legislation. The exterior architecture of the project, featuring the design of a world-renowned architect, is compatible with the community character of the beachside portions of Surfside. The use of glass fiber reinforced concrete will provide an innovative curved design on the balconies, which will match Surfside's beach sand color. The separation of the north and south buildings of the building's design provides for light and airflow, which allows for incorporation of the natural elements with the proposed design. In the event of redevelopment, the applicant shall also submit a detailed plan for demolition. The applicant has agreed to follow the town's requirements for construction ordinance, which requires certain activities that have to be done prior to building and constructing a building. The development review reviewed the site plan application on August 9th, 2023. The town staff were in agreement the plan's impacts were considered and the project should proceed to the Planning and Zoning Board. The Planning and Zoning Board reviewed the site plan at their August 31st meeting. The applicant presented the proposed development and the board recommended 4-1 approval of the site plan. So this is the staff and town administration recommendations for this project. It's recommended the town commission approve the applicant's site plan package subject and resolution of the following comments. And I apologize, I'm getting a little dry up here. One, secure Florida Department of Transportation approval of the curb cuts on College Avenue prior to the building permit. The town reserves the right to reevaluate the site plan if the number, location, dimensions, or configuration of the curb cuts and driveways are altered based on Florida Department of Transportation review and approval. If any changes result in operational, traffic, infrastructure, or design impacts that are not considered in the site plan approval, the town manager may require the applicant seek a formal amendment of the site plan to be reviewed by the town commission after public hearing. 2, appropriate points of connection for water and sewer lines must be identified in cooperation with the town to avoid any potential infrastructure conflicts. Sheet C-300 of the civil engineering plans is based on the state and county records for water and sewer infrastructure within the right-of-way. The town's Public Works Department will work with the applicant to evaluate the existing infrastructure serving the site in order to determine if alternate connections or infrastructure modifications are warranted. 3, the applicant should provide landscaping and hardscape improvements on 88th Street per town-approved drawings and specifications provided by the town for the Memorial Park. 4, the applicant shall comply with the location, timing, and procedures for sanitation and recycling pickup of the property as required by the town and other agencies with jurisdiction. 5, applicant to provide a hard pack and dune maintenance easement. 6, applicant to improve resiliency through modifications to dune system east of the property in coordination with the town. And then finally, town reserves the right to provide for any other conditions based upon further review. At this point, I'd like to invite the town building official up to also add a few additional recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Keller.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Manager. Jim McGinnis, your Building Official Floodplain Manager. Comments I give to you tonight on this project significantly reflect the comments I delivered to the Planning and Zoning Board on the meeting of August 31st, 2023. Number 1, the new 8th version of the 2023 Florida Building Code will become effective on January 1st, 2024. All building permit applications accepted on or after that date will be constructed under the new 2023 Florida Building Code. Number 2, the project shall be constructed in strict compliance with the Town of Surfside's ordinance number 2022-1720. It's also known as the Construction Site Safety Ordinance. The purpose of this very significant ordinance adopted in 21 by the Town Commission is to ensure there's no adverse impact of new development on neighboring properties, especially as to building high-rises. On number 3, I'd like to respectfully direct Commission's attention to the plans in your packet that you have before you. Specifically, sheet number BZ-101, titled Level 1 Plan. Give you a second to get to that sheet. That'll be BZ-101, Level 1, the ground level lobby plan on the building. And this sheet and many other sheets in your packet show that the southwest corner of the building with the structure, and that would be in the lower left part of the plan, encroaches into the AE flood zone, also known as the Special Flood Hazard Area. There's a line going right through that blue area that's entitled Residence Amenities. Give you a moment to locate that. Z-101. Okay, the importance of that line is that this encroachment into the flood zone would prohibit construction of the building as currently proposed, including but not limited to the use of underground parking in a wholly, entirely residential building. However, FEMA's preliminary maps show this area and the entire building, entire proposed structure, as entirely in the X zone, which means not in the special flood hazard area. We reached out to the State of Florida Floodplain Management Office to find out when the effective date for the preliminary maps would be. They were unable to tell us when that would. They said it was to be determined. And as a result, the applicant has filed what's known as a LOMR, a letter of map revision with FEMA, to amend the current map in accordance with the preliminary map, to match the preliminary map. What that means to this project is, in order for the project to be constructed as proposed, the applicant shall demonstrate that one of these next two things has happened in a form and substance acceptable to town. Number one, FEMA approves a letter of map revision and takes that corner of the building out of the flood zone, makes it entirely X. That's number one. They approve that letter that has already been submitted to FEMA by the applicant. Or number two, the preliminary maps come into effect and show that same effect, show that amended area that is, the building is entirely in the X zone, thereby permitting the underground parking for the wholly residential building. And after that time, we'll request that all the plans in the submittal be amended to show that there is no more flood zone on the building. And those are the end of my comments tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McGinnis. Mr. Platt, if you're going to disrupt, we're going to have you removed. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Manager, you have any other presentations?
You don't have to tell me. Well, he told me. Why you tell me? I don't need to hear it twice. He told me. I don't need to hear it from you a second time.
Sorry, but I don't think that
Commissioner, you're not
the chief should be
recognized.
getting up every time that
Commissioner, you are not
that you already
recognized.
mentioned this to people.
Commissioner,
That's a
you're not
disturbance to the-
recognized. You
to the
don't run
meeting.
this meeting. Please refrain from talking until you're recognized. Thank you. All right, at this point, we're going to open public comment. I'm sorry? Oh, sorry. I almost skipped over that. Let's call up the applicant to do their presentation.
The minor element of our presentation, yes, thank you.
We get so much information from town staff.
I know, it was very complete, and we're going to attempt to be quick as possible. Which one am I getting, guys? I can't remember what file this is. Oh, here it is, I saw it. Good evening, everyone. Graham Penn, Burke, Howardell, Fernandez, Larkin, Tapanis, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Putting this in full screen. Great. Here representing East Oceanside Development, which is owned by DeMac, property owner. I'm going to give you a quick intro. As you know, as a staff explained, we're here seeking approval for a low-impact residential use on this site with a world-class design that is completely code compliant. We have no objection to staff's suggested conditions, inclusive of the floodplain conditions that Mr. McGinnis just noted that is already in the resolution. We have made some design and operational changes since planning and zoning. As you know, all focused, as we all know why a lot of folks are here, on reducing the impact on 88th Street. We've also formalized the owner's commitments to the town, including to the Memorial Park. I'm going to bore you with all those details later, but at this point I'd like to turn over the presentation to Jeff Rossley from DeMac, who's going to summarize those changes. After Jeff speaks, I'll come back, take you through the basics of the plan and go through the conditions, then turn it over to Chris Lapine, I hope I did it right this time, to go over the design. I want to note one thing for the record. I've handed out a supplementary letter on the right-of-way issue, just discussing the legal issues related to closure and vacation of the right-of-way that's supportive of Judith's presentation related to the county authority over traffic engineering. No, ma'am, it's new.
Commissioner, I've said the rules a few times.
I
Please
don't
wait
have
until you are
time to read
organized.
this right now.
Commissioner, you are not recognized,
can't be presenting
Commissioner.
things that were
Please
not
don't
given to
respond
us
to
in
the
advance
Commissioner,
for
Mr.
us to
Graham.
read this.
Commissioner,
This
the
is
rules
so
stated-
unacceptable.
Commissioner, I'm talking. The
No,
rules.
I understand how
can
you're,
you please read the first
drifting
page
this
of your meeting,
to
please?
to the favor
Commissioner,
of
please read the first
of
page of
developer
your
here.
binder.
But this is unacceptable.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Go ahead, get up and throw everybody out.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final
I
warning.
wanna- so
Ladies
then we
and
need to
gentlemen,
take
if you
a moment
cannot
to be able to
stop
read this letter.
from disrupting this meeting, I'm going to have to kick you off.
I am requesting
All
the
right?
time to
So-
read this letter because this is
So
ridiculous.
go take the time. We have an hour
No.
presentation.
Commissioner, let me do this.
Mr. Graham, please don't respond.
Why
She's out of
was
order.
this not given to us before?
Commissioner, I'm going to ask you again to please refrain from interrupting the process. Read
Well,
the first page of
I
your
have a
agenda,
point
which
of
clearly
inquiry.
states the
I have a
rules.
point of inquiry.
He-
I'd like
he
to
hasn't
know
spoken yet, so you can't have a point
Why
of
this letter was
inquiry.
not provided to us prior to the meeting?
Commissioner, that is not how a point of inquiry works. Please read the rules.
Well, of course you're
Thank
going to
you.
say that. It doesn't work that way because it doesn't work in your favor.
No, that's how the Roberts Rules describes it.
You, evidently
Commissioner,
have
you
read
are
Robert's.
not recognized. Please look at the first page of your agenda and read the rules of this meeting. Thank you.
I apologize for setting up a kerfuffle there. But basically, I'll explain the substance of the letter. The bottom line, as Judith explained, is that when we're looking at the extent of 88th Street that can be closed to vehicular traffic, the county has the ultimate authority over those decisions in Dade County. And that's why in staff's presentation, they were outlining the depth of the asphalt that needs to remain east of Collins in order to ensure that the road remains safe. So that's the extent of that letter, basically, in far more verbose and legal terms. But that's what we wanted to make clear that was in the record. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jeff, take you through something far more interesting than that, and I'll come back and we'll talk about the plan.
Thank you, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Graham. I'm not sure it's far more interesting, but we'll see what you find out. Do I need to declare name and address and all of that? Is that how it works?
Please.
Yeah, Jeff Rossley, apartment 901, Golf Promenade 5A, Damac Hills, Dubai, United Arab Emirates. What I would like to do, as we've not done before, is give a brief background on Damac, because a lot of people don't know about the company. The company has recently celebrated its 40th anniversary. It has grown from humble beginnings as a catering business to have evolved into one of the largest luxury real estate developers in the Middle East. And it has done that essentially since 2002 when it redirected its efforts. In that time, we have delivered over 45,000 dwellings, and we have another 30,000 dwellings in our current pipeline in over 10 countries. We employ directly over 2,000 employees, and we have an extensive third-party consultancy network which aids us in the delivery of all of those projects. We are pleased to be now present in the US, and specifically in Miami, at a time where we see this city, this state in transition, where it is now becoming one of the fastest growing states in the United States, and you're seeing a major relocation of businesses, both financial and technological, from the northeast and the west. This project originated from an unfortunate tragic circumstance which preceded our acquisition, and clearly our sympathies go out to both the families who lost their family and friends, as well as those who survived and lost a lifetime of memories. It is our hope that the building we will deliver will be both a source of pride and help bring closure to much of this pain. I had originally just intended to speak in respect of the issues that rose from the Planning and Zoning Committee, but I think there's a number of other issues that have emerged which require a little bit of a broader background, although I must admit I didn't expect the town staff to cover all of those issues, but they've covered quite a few of them. For the sake of clarity, we actually submitted 2 schemes on the 12th of June. The first scheme, what we call Scheme A, which was a vertical building, was based on our interpretation of the intent of the average side setback, which clearly stated in the preamble that it was to transfer an equivalent volumetric area from the incline to the ground to create greater light and air in the town. The application of that ordinance is not directly in accordance with the stated intent. Hence, we submitted an application which followed the intent. The second application was based on the inclined setback taken from the ordinance that was applicable to it. We spent considerable time with the town staff starting in November 22, discussing the ordinances and their application to the site in order to ensure that we were submitting schemes that were compliant. It was an interesting process because when you come into a new town, you read the rules and regulations de novo. In other words, you don't come with any preconceptions, you've not experienced past precedent, and that led to some very interesting conversations as to what the ordinances actually meant. And there were a number of, I would say, slightly heated discussions at times about how they applied. Some of that worked in our favour, if you like, in that they opened up a different approach. Others didn't go the way. So we've ended up with the town management staff saying our Scheme A is not in accordance with the code, our Scheme B is in accordance with the code, and therefore we will proceed on that basis with the Scheme B. The basis of both schemes, though, were very similar. We wanted to break down the potential large building mass, provide more light and air, and reduce the perceived bulk of the building. We wanted to take all vehicular movement into a basement so that it was not at-grade parking. We wanted to retain the original building setbacks, which we've not been able to do. We wanted to maintain most of the access on Collins. The original building had 3 access points on 88th Street and only 1 access point on Collins. So those are the types of principles we adopted. As part of that process, we were asked, and this was reflected, to shift our loading and service areas further to the west on 88th Street than we originally had them. And that first move took it from about 125 feet to the west to 90 feet further, to 30 feet further to the west, so that we were only 90 feet to the east of Collins Avenue. I think you were actually saying 90 feet 11 inches, which is probably the pedantic correctness. So that's kind of the background to where we were, and that's how this application was put together and lodged over a period of time by a team that is well experienced in working in Surfside, other than Zaha Hadid, which obviously this is their second project in the city. So in terms of the planning and zoning responses, I can really just skim over this one. Given the lack of clarity that we had in the P&Z meeting, we asked the town management to clarify where they would like us to deliver the refuse to for collection. That came through in a memo from the town on the 12th of September. We have then reworked the total refuse strategy. So the refuse is no longer associated with our service and loading access. It has been placed in the basement in an air-conditioned space. We then, if this was a pointer, it'd be interesting. We then bring the refuse by tractor trailer up through the ramps for the basement garage, and you'll see there's a small cut through in the landscape area that goes directly to the corner of 88th Street and Collins, which is where the town has advised they would like to pick it up. They don't want to pick up on Collins itself because of the potential safety risks. They want to just be able to pull in off that main arterial road, and we have been able to rework our scheme to deliver it directly to the connection point. So that's That's related to the western shift. The limitations on use of that have also been explained by the town management. The other one was the service access, and as I said originally, this was 90 feet 11, which was what is in our original application. We've been working with our team to try and get that as far to the west as possible. Previously, we had told the town that we could get to 76 feet. That was what we put in on the 26th. Our structural engineers have given us a few extra ideas which let us shift it another 10 feet, and that virtually lines up with the required minimum length of the road under code from the county. So we understand the constraints in respect of 88th Street are very similar. We also need to maintain fire staging because under, again, the Miami-Dade fire, we're required to have two frontage accesses for the fire halfway down the length of each building. So the fire, in consultation with our fire life safety, has actually requested 3 staging points, 2 on Collins Avenue, 1 on 88th Street, and I think all the other issues have been comprehensively covered by Judith in her presentation. In terms of how much of 88th Street is taken up, we've heard numbers 40%, 45%. The actual number is 20% for the remaining road, 80% available, which goes to the edge of the hard pack. What should be noted is that the hard pack at the moment is 40 feet wide along the back of our property. That's 40 feet of our property. We will be reducing that to the 20 feet required to the easement, which adds more space in. Our number also came to about 13,500 square feet of space and a length of 267 feet by 50 feet. Just in comparison, because I think this is very interesting, 267 is the longest piece of park end on any of the streets. 2 of the streets are under 100 feet. A couple of them are just over 100 feet, and it's 90th Street, which is the next most comparable. If you were to average that out, we're basically 2.5 times the average area for all the street ends available for the memorial. I think that provides significant flexibility. In addition to that, as a voluntary proffer, we have offered $2.5 million. And if you look up there, they're the proffers received from the other purely residential H120s. $380,000 for Regent's Palace, which is the last zoning, $180 for Hillcrest, $730 for Surf House, $250 for Seaway, $170 for Arte. The reason we have given such a large proffer is we've offered $1.5 million towards the construction of the park in which the memorial will sit. We're not building the memorial, we're not paying money towards the memorial, we are creating the environment within which the town will be designing the specific memorial. I think just as a comment, I think the county's offered $250,000 and the state has offered $1 million. So I think we have a recognition of our role and our duty in this. We've offered $1.5 million. So in summary, we believe that we have submitted a code compliance scheme. It has been vigorously analysed by management, and there's been some very, what I would call, creative conversations, constructive conversations. We've actioned all of the DRG requested changes. We have picked up the concerns as best we can expressed by the planning and zoning. And we would like to also thank the staff for their support, for applying their professionalism to this project, for bearing up under sometimes undue pressure. And we would hope that this clarifies many of the misconceptions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosley.
Thanks, Jeff. Okay. Just wanted to mention and introduce the remainder of our development team. First and foremost, Zaha Hadid Architects, which is a truly world-renowned design architectural group. And Chris is going to get up here and show you the plan as soon as I shut up. ODP Architects, our local architects. Savino Miller, our design studio, our landscape architects. Ocean Engineering, civil engineers, Ocean Consulting, coastal engineers. KBP Consulting is Carl Peterson, our traffic engineer. JC Consulting is Cecilia Ward, our planner, whose report is in your packages. Ian DeMello is my co-counsel, who's not on the slide. I apologize again, Ian. So the property. You know, I will echo, obviously, Jeff's comments. You know, we have understand as best as we can, who haven't gone through it personally, the immense issues related to emotions associated with this property. It's a location of the most tragic event in Surfside's history. The collapse of Champlain Tower South not only cost 98 people their lives, it shattered the lives of many more of them, especially the surviving families. The court reviewing the consolidated lawsuits related to the collapse and the receiver determined that the best course of action to provide at least some financial compensation for the victims was to sell this site. And so our client, as you know, was a sole bidder, and this application is the product of that process. More basically, property is just under 2 acres. To the north of us is Solara across the street, which is 57-room condominium hotel. As Judith explained, and this is important obviously to the county's determination related to the right-of-way, Solara has its driveway access off of 88th Street. It also has its hotel amenities along its southern property line, including an elevated pool deck. To the south of us is 87 Park within the city of Miami Beach. That 87 Terrace, as we all know, it shows up on Google, but it is not a road anymore. It hasn't been a road since 2014. To the west of us is the Tennis Center and Veterans Park. And the one thing I'll point out there is that part of our resolution includes relocating the sewer line that literally goes through that property right now. So underneath the park, because this was a road originally, there's a sewer line, and we are obligated under this resolution to move it out of there and put it in the right-of-way so that it will not be an issue for the town going forward. Basics on the project. Conforms with all code requirements. It's 120 feet high. It's got 52 residential units, which, as Mr. Keller noted, is far below the permitted density on this property. It exceeds its parking. It exceeds its pervious area requirements. Landscaping. Where the plan includes just under 2,200 new shrubs, 84% of which are native, just under 250 new trees, 96 of which are native, and we are meeting and exceeding the Florida-friendly percentages. Reason I focus on native plants, of course, they're much better for longevity, they're much better for water usage, they are much hardier in dealing with the future. So this landscaping will go in beautiful and it will stay beautiful. We are also obligated in our order to link our landscaping treatment with the Memorial Park to the north, and we're committed to doing that. Traffic generation, as you might imagine, for 52 residential units, it's incredibly low. The total generation in the PM peak is estimated at 17 trips per hour. That means less than 1 every 3 minutes. So from an external impact point of view, and this extends to our service and loading, et cetera, it is a very minimal impact building, just because of the nature of it. It's low density, and that alone reduces the intensity of external impact significantly. Parking, we have more than code compliant parking, 33 surplus spaces. 100% of the parking is underground. As Jeff noted, that means no noise from parking, no lights going off and bothering neighbors, et cetera. It's the least impact parking garage you could imagine. Turning to overall access, parking, and service, I'm going to show you 2 slides. This is the first of them is the planning and zoning version of the plan. The second one will be the revised plan, so just keep that in mind. The vehicular access for residents and guests, as staff noted, the first thing, one of the first things we heard from one of the town was you have to keep all your residents off of 88th Street. And that's what this plan has done from the beginning. We have two driveways. Southern driveway is inbound and outbound. Northern driveway is outbound only. So if you're coming into the property, you enter through the southern driveway. If you're self-parking, you go immediately underground. That curve, this is where the underground starts, so it curves down under the building here. So you go under, park yourself. If you're doing a valet or dropping somebody off, we have a pull-out lane just for that. And then you go around, and then you're in the garage. Similarly, on the way out, come back out. If you're self-driving, you make that right turn, and you're out. If a valet is bringing the car, he can come up, park it here, and then the resident can get his car and leave. We have, from the outset, the only activity on 88th Street has always been service, and that has been significantly modified in this plan in two ways. From a plan perspective and operationally. There are multiple conditions in this order that I'm going to bore you with that significantly limit the use of that area. So let's talk about number one, which was a big point of contention at P&Z, which was refuse, trash, sanitation, et cetera. So you can see this is the revised version of the plan. It differs in two ways. Number one, it reflects the relocation of the loading of this service area to the west, to the new dimension. This is not as far as we've actually pushed it in the latest version, but it shows that move to the west and the reduction in width. So it's gone from 20 feet wide to 12 feet wide to minimize that as much as possible. From an activity point of view, that green arrow is the new trash route. So the trash room, as Jeff indicated, will be under the building, fully enclosed, air-conditioned room. So when it's time for the town to pick up the trash, it will come up the ramp, go out here, and then it can be picked up from the point where the administration has determined both Solara and our building will get picked up, which is that right off of the edge of Collins on 88th Street. So that takes all that activity, all the sanitation activity off of 88th Street forever. So we thought that, and that's why when that was decided by the manager and after P&Z, we thought it was a great opportunity to reduce the impact. So, the resolution. I'm going to take you through the relevant conditions quickly, and we can talk about any details as we go. So, there are what we would call basically standard development conditions that are unrelated to our proffer. That includes the replacement and installation of the brand new water main, the redesign of the sewer line that I talked about, taking it out of the tennis center in the park and keeping on the streets, resurfacing any disturbed roads, milling and resurfacing any disturbed roads, and we, of course, as with any oceanside project, we have to redevelop and raise the dune as part of the development. The voluntary proffers, again, all of this is not within our voluntary proffers, just to put a finer point on that. So the voluntary proffers are total $2.5 million in both funds and in improvements, in-kind improvements. So first, condition 2A, $400,000 for the town's park and recreation facilities to be spent at the town's discretion. The Memorial Park improvements, our work will be valued at $1.5 million. That's the materials and all the costs of doing all that work. And the park must be completed prior to our certificate of occupancy. So the whole idea is that we're not getting a building unless the Memorial Park is complete. I just want to, again, we are not going to open a building until the Memorial Park is complete. We'll be doing all that work after the town delivers the approved plans. We're not designing it for the town. The town has its own consultants, obviously, as Judith explained. But once those plans are handed over, they become our problem to get them done. Another payment of $400,000 for the town's resiliency fund to be used at the town's discretion. Two smaller funds, $100,000 for stormwater infrastructure, and then $100,000 for the solid waste fund. So those are the monetary and improvement proffers. We also have, of course, a series of other conditions that are typical of any order, but I'll go through them briefly. Well, I'll give you the quick one. Demolition, of course, as Mr. McGinnis noted, we're subject to Section 14 et al. Of the code, which requires the vibration monitoring of it. Prior to demolition, we have to offer that to all of our neighbors. The building permit, as I noted before, we cannot get a building permit until the FEMA approvals are in. TCO and CO, of course, that's related to the delivery of the park that we talked about. I also want to talk about, we are also, as Mr. Keller indicated, required to get green building certification. So, operational conditions. So as I noted earlier, part of what we've done in response to the concerns we heard at Planning and Zoning is look at how we can lock down any activity on 88th. First, and this is not directly related, but we'll have a fully enclosed air-conditioned trash room. We already had it. Solid waste location will be where the town decides it's going to be. That's, again, as we've been told, on that far western edge of 88. So here are our specific limits on the use of the service area. All of these are designed to limit the activity in that area on a day-to-day basis. So first, aside from large-scale delivery of furniture and similar bulky items, daily deliveries, your FedEx guy, your Amazon guy, they have to use the Collins Avenue driveway like any other resident or guest. So that activity will not be happening in that service area on the north side of the property. The loading area within the building, and this has always been the case, it's got to be fully enclosed with a rolling door, can only be open when it's in use. Now, we have two conditions related to activities in that area. First, one of the big loading activities in any residential building is what they call move in and move out. We all know what that means. The moving trucks come. They can only, move in and move out is limited to Monday, Wednesday, and Friday between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. So again, all of this is designed to not interfere with the calm and the quiet on 88th Street outside of business hours and again on the weekends. Same thing for deliveries. So that service area can only be used Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Further, the size of the loading trucks is limited to a single unit truck. So that means no big rooms to go semis or anything like that, or those big long moving trucks, they will not be used. They can only be a single unit truck. And except for bona fide emergencies, that area cannot be used on the 2 days that bracket, the 3 days that bracket the anniversary every year. Right, so we want to make sure that there's nothing happening there during those most important times of the year. So on a day-to-day basis, number one, it's a very limited use given the nature of the use. We are limiting the days for normal activity. We're banning it during the period of any of the holidays surrounding, not the holiday, the anniversary, and any town sanctioned event. So if the town wants to have an event in the future Memorial Park, we cannot do it. So at this point, I'm gonna ask Chris to come up and take you through the design. But this slide just reminds us all that we're not seeking any variances or other modifications or waivers, et cetera. This is designed to be a 100% code compliant project, as your staff has indicated. So, sir. Now the truly interesting part of this discussion.
I'll do my best. Hi, everyone. I'm Chris Lapine, Director at Zaha Hadid Architects. And I am here this evening to take you through our vision for our site here. My address. I live in London, 23 Halford Road, TW10 6AW. But I'm originally American. I've been living in London for the past 20 years and working at Zaha Hadid Architects, which has given me a lot of opportunities to work around the world, but I really enjoy coming back here to work in South Florida. Anyway, I'll start with a brief introduction of our office. There's our team. We are celebrating the recent completion and opening of one of our projects. This is the BIA headquarters in Sharjah, just outside of Dubai. And as I mentioned, we're an international organization, international architecture firm. We work all over the world. We have a lot of residential projects, including, of course, 1000 Museum, front and center. And as I mentioned, very delighted to be back in South Florida for this project. The site itself, it's pretty much a gateway to Surfside as you're coming north along Collins. Some views of the site from beachside. And of course, in site plan, it's the distance from the neighbors allow it to have pretty much fantastic views all the way around the building, both bayside as well as beachside. A closer look at the landscape. So, we wanted to have a very holistic vision for the site, which includes taking our articulation of the facade and also embedding that into the development of the landscape. So you can see how the movement of the facade is also reflected in the landscape development. And an image of the building from across Collins. So I wanted to take you through now, how did we get to this point? How did we get to this vision? And of course, this is the building mass that we were faced with. It's a very large mass. I think, as was mentioned, there were two schemes that were put forward. This is the scheme B. It has a very broad base. It has the inclined side. And taken as a whole, and it's sort of a complete volume, it is a very large mass. So this was one of the big challenges. How do you deal with a large mass like this? Our first big move was to slice away a center portion, immediately dividing that large mass into two smaller masses, giving it a much better scale. We then looked at how the sides step back, and the series of those steps informed a horizontal stratification to create a sense of movement horizontally for the building. And then the further articulation that takes those moves into account and refines them and brings them into an overall facade articulation. And you can see those moves summarized here, from the base building volume all the way to the division of it, horizontal stratification and articulation. And then from another view, I think it really shows how you can appreciate the broad mass, the broad elevation that it has in view number one, and then how that slice really allows you to see completely through the mass beyond. Aerial view, which shows some of those different moves, but also the different configurations and components of the building. Those components here, many of the features that we find throughout the design, starting at the base of the building. Our drop-off point, and this is what was, I think, mentioned as the atrium through the division of the two halves. When you're dropped off, you're greeted with this rather dramatic view right through the building, glass roof, so that you can see right up through the division, all the way from street side beyond to the dunes. A more realistic view of that in the evening time. And then looking around to the opposite side, the beach side, where that division through the two halves creates another feature we refer to as the archway feature, a series of these archway fins that frame a space, that frame almost a promenade that take you from the dune through the building to the lobby, and a view through one of the other key features, the canyon, or the division between the two building halves. Some rather dramatic images looking up through the canyon, and I guess some explanation for how the canyon itself came about, how the facade evolved. Very practically, by creating this division between the buildings. Of course, you have units either side. We needed to create a sense of privacy between those units. So we also wanted to get views out and daylight in. So we came up with a series of privacy fins, which I think have a nice relation to screening devices that are used in tropical climates, especially even here, and a nod to Miami modernism. They are both quite a feature, quite an attraction from externally, but also internally. So a view looking from the unit out through the fins. One of the signature features, the crescent modules that articulate the facade, also creating a sense of privacy and division between adjoining rooms and adjoining units. A sequence of these crescent shapes together with the recesses in the facade and how that composition comes together in some of these close-up views. And then an impression from inside the unit looking out. On the north and south facades, to create further movement, to create further articulation, we looked at recessing the glass facade, but recessing in such a way that it almost emulates this wave-like form, also oriented towards the beach view. So taken together with the balcony movement, the balcony crescent shapes, and the undulation of the glass facade, it creates this nice dynamism, this nice rhythm across the facade. And an impression or a view looking, again, across the beach. Moving up the building to the very top of tower and to the west side, we have a rooftop amenity pool, which will allow a nice spot to enjoy the sunset. And then some inspirations for the overall design, taking some inspiration from the natural environment, the site itself, looking at sand formations, sand features, and also noting how those, the movement of sand, the very fluid, dynamic movement of it, also relates a lot to our design language. And you can see how that influenced this overall very sculpted curvilinear design, but then even at a more detailed level, at a very tactile level, how that sand informs some of these detailed movements as well as the material selection. So I think you can see in the slide, there's an image of the GFRC that was mentioned. I have a sample of that here. I don't know, I can bring it up to you. You can sort of look at it and
Sorry, I have to go through the clerk.
So as you can see, it's actually a very tactile material, very beautiful material. It allows us to sculpt these complex three-dimensional forms, as well as to emulate the actual grain and texture of the sand itself. And then some views of, I guess, close-up views of sand, that certain quality of sand that almost makes you want to reach out and touch it, to run your fingers through it, and how that fluid movement can also be inform how we develop the undersides and the soffit conditions of our balcony features. And then our experience with this material, we used GFRC on 1000 Museum. We used the panelized version of that to clad the base of the tower. And also on a series of our other projects, including the one that I showed at the very beginning of the presentation, our BI headquarters. And then just rounding off with a few more views of the project itself, as we've seen earlier, the view from across Collins. And I hope that the presentation gave you a little perspective and context about how we went from one building volume to this vision for the site. Looking at it from the beach side and how it has a certain softness or sculpted quality that seems to nestle in the site and blend with the surrounding landscapes and sand. Evening view, again, looking straight down between the two volumes, the two halves. And then an aerial view where you can see the facade articulation, the landscaping, the water feature, how all of those come together to form one holistic composition for us. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Almost done. So I'm going to wrap up. A couple of housekeeping issues. First off, as Jeff explained, we've been working on how far we can push that service area to the west. The version of the plan that is with you is at 76, but we've now been able to get it to 67 feet 5 inches. So assuming that the commission was going to support the application tonight, we would ask for that to be a condition, that the service area be relocated to be no closer than 67 feet 5 inches from the Collins Avenue right-of-way. The resolution, the very lengthy resolution in front of you, ensures that this development will provide the infrastructure upgrades necessary for the project. It provides significant operational limitations, as I bored you with already, with a focus on 88th Street. It includes voluntary proffers that demonstrate this owner's commitment to the improvement of the town, again, with a focus on 88th Street and Memorial Park. This application is consistent with all of your code requirements. Your professional staff has also found it consistent with all your published criteria for this application. We have been responsive to the concerns that we heard at Planning and Zoning by both, again, plan modifications and operational modifications. So we would ask for your approval tonight with that lengthy list of conditions. We're here, obviously, for any questions you may have, and I would like to reserve time for rebuttal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Penn. Before we proceed with public comment, can we get a 10-minute recess, please?
Motion for a 10-minute recess?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye. All right. I'll reconvene in 10 minutes. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask everybody to have a seat, please. Carolyn, did you actually bring popcorn? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. What? 3. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if we can begin, we're going to move on to the public comment portion of this meeting. We have a lot of speakers, so I'm going to ask everybody to please try to keep your comments to 3 minutes. You know, we understand the nature and the sensitivity of the conversation, so we will be accommodating as such, but we are going to be here for a couple hours with these comments, so again, please be respectful. I'm going to ask, as per our rules, that the comments are made your comments are directed towards the chair, which is myself, or the commission as a whole. Please don't single out any of the commissioners. Please don't point at them. Please don't talk at them. Please, again, direct your comments towards the chair or to the commission as a whole, and please be respectful. While this is public comment, there are still regulations that regulate what is said. So again, please be respectful, and otherwise I will have to correct you. And again, that is my role. So we're going to call up our first speaker. Sorry, Madam Clerk, we got to call the roll before we begin.
Mayor Danziger?
Present.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Present.
Commissioner Mashai?
Present.
Commissioner Landsman?
Present.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Our first speaker, Mr. Rodan. All right, I'm just going to call, do we have a lot of people in the overflow? Sorry? 12. So our next speaker is Julie Lowe. I don't know if she's in the other room. Maybe just get ready. I'm sorry?
I'm being told that there is a few people.
All right. Okay, so our next speaker is here. I'll call them up. As my understanding, Mr. Rodan, you have a presentation you'd like to give. Yes. Again, the allotted time is 3 minutes. If we can get a motion from the commission to a lot more time, how much time do you need?
I need about 12 minutes, please.
I make a motion for Mr. Roldan to speak for 12 minutes.
Can we get maybe 15
second.
minutes so I don't have to stop him?
Oh,
in the middle?
15 minutes is fine.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Town Commission. This is a presentation I prepared a few weeks ago, and here I am giving it because the other time I didn't get the chance to show it. So this is a plan from the MAC site plan that was showed at the PNC meeting. This is the area that was designated for the memorial. The area, the way I measured, which is a couple of feet different than what the developers were showing, it's 224 feet. After this line, this is the bulkhead line, and then when you're walking that street, that's the sand part of the street, and this would also be part of the memorial, but there's very strong restrictions of what you can build there. You cannot put a concrete slab, you cannot put big footings, so basically you can put pavers and benches. Now, this is the area that the MAC site plan plans to take away from the memorial, which is 93 feet. With the change that they just presented, it's another 27 feet that they would give back to the memorial. So my presentation showed that they would be taking 41.5%. The number goes down to 33 or 34%. This is a photo of Champlain Tower South. Over there was my brother and my cousin's apartment. Over there was my other cousin and his wife's apartment. This line right here is the line that determined who died and who lived and who died. Everything left of this line didn't survive. This right here is how much of the memorial we wouldn't have from 88th Street. Now you can shift this line a little bit here, but still, right in front of the apartments of people who perished, we wouldn't have a memorial. And what I was showing before is this area right here, which is past the bulkhead line. It would have pavers, but it's very limited construction for the memorial. The next slide is still a trigger for many, so if you don't want to see the collapse photo, please don't look at it. This is what I was explaining. The line that determined who lived and who died. And in front of the first line of apartments, we wouldn't have a memorial right now with that site plan, as you can see here. For what? So the MAC can have a pretty frontage and a valet entrance. So it can be convenient for the MAC not to have their trucks coming from the front. That's probably why the MAC made us believe in the PNC meeting on their oath that FDOT made them have the loading dock on 88th Street. That was later in public comments, FDOT said that they did not state that. This is the frontage of the MAC new building. By the way, unfortunately, I hate to say this, but it's a beautiful building and it's a very nice design. But I understand how inconvenient it is not to have this frontage. I understand how inconvenient it is not to have 88th Street and have to have all your services and trucks enter from the front because you wouldn't have this pretty valet. But I don't think that's good enough reason to take away from the memorial based on what happened here in Surfside, in our town. In 2022, there was resolution number 2022-2853, which designated 88 to be closed for a memorial park. This is the resolution, but because I don't want to waste too much of your time, I'll skip to the part that the town planner mentioned before, the one in yellow. The closure of any portion of 88th Street to vehicular traffic is subject to the maintenance of emergency or governmental vehicular access and any access required to reach property north and south of the street end. What does required access really mean? So required access to the north property, it's that area in yellow. There's a hotel that has their entrance, so we need to leave this untouched. That's about 30 feet. Required access for emergency vehicles, as per NFPA 118.234.2, which I took from the DAMAC site plans, the fire truck, it has a size of 47 by 21 feet. That's approximately the red line. A fire truck could park in the memorial. All we have to do is don't put a tree on their way. So in case of an emergency, a fire truck would have access to park in the memorial. It's not required that we start the memorial after that. Required access is not a loading dock from the MAC. Required access is not garbage collection for the MAC. Required access is not 93 feet of the Surfside Memorial eliminated for the MAC. That 93 feet now turns to 70 based on my measurements and 67 based on theirs. The MAC can have a loading dock and garbage collection through Collins Avenue. This is just me, a layman. I don't know much, but I hired a civil engineer and I told him what can be done to have a garbage truck come through Collins Avenue. And I had to pay this out of my own pocket, and he drew this. A fire truck could come through Collins, come here, reverse inside the property, and exit going forward. Because FDOT does not want trucks reversing into Collins, and there's a blind spot in that area. So you understand that. Then someone came and gave me a more clever option. He said that the truck could go forward and reverse into a loading area. So the back of the truck can collect the garbage and can deliver their packages and then exit through the front. This is something that FDOT might or might not approve. By the way, in this presentation, I said FDOT would allow trucks to access from Collins Avenue. And after speaking with FDOT, they told me that they cannot accept or not accept. I'm a third party and they cannot give me their opinion. They need the MAC to prepare a site plan that doesn't have access through Collins Avenue, state that through 88th Street, state that it is a memorial park, and then FDOT would approve or not approve that plan, would consider it and would give them feedback. But as you can see, this is Surfside. There are 28 properties east of Collins in Surfside, from which 16 have trucks access through Collins Avenue because they don't have a side street. 11 have a side street and use it for truck access. And the last one is the new DAMAC building. Surfside mayors and commissioners, we respectfully ask you the following: that Surfside should not give any area of the Champlain Memorial so the MAC can have a nicer frontage, so it's convenient for the MAC. Surfside should stand by the 98 victims, their families, and all its residents. Please give this tragedy the respect it deserves and protect the Surfside Memorial. Surfside should follow resolution number 2022-2853 that designated entire 88th Street to be a memorial park. And Surfside should tell the developer that the memorial site is not a street, They have to go back to the drawing board and move their truck access away from the memorial site. Now, before I stop, I have a couple of comments that I want to say before I close this. First, it's a story. 2 months ago, I saw a 3-hour Bay Harbor Planning and Zoning Board meeting, the neighborhood next door. My wife and I were considering buying an apartment there, but we found out that a new development was being built in front of it. Then we investigated more, and it was right on our windows and balconies. My wife wanted to know if the development was going to happen or not, because we were in love with the apartment. So she found a 3-hour video of the last PNC board meeting of Bay Harbor. What we learned is that the PNC board rejected this site plan for the 3rd time in a row because they had not fully made some changes that were requested. Moved some air conditioners away from so they wouldn't be right in front of the building we wanted to buy, made some changes to the landscaping, widened the wind tunnel, etc. But we also found out that development will happen, so we didn't buy that property. It'll happen as told, it'll happen with the same setbacks, and it'll happen blocking our windows. So we canceled the contract. Like I said, the developer will build that building, will make money, the town will be developed. We'll also go back and redraw the plans for a 4th meeting and a 4th vote. This happens all the time, everywhere, no biggie. That's actually what government is there, to protect the interests of its citizens at all times, as many times as required. The second thing I want to say here is that I really, really, really wish that this is the last time that I come here. This really is no good for me or for anyone who lost a person that they truly love. To come here, to fight, to get frustrated, and get flashbacks of the days after the collapse. The first 3 days waiting in agony, just 1 block from here in the community center. The next 16 days waiting to find my cousin Louis and his wife Nikki, both younger than me and probably younger than everyone in here. Being here, fighting, makes me remember the 18 days that I waited to find my little brother and my cousin. I don't want to come here anymore. I shouldn't be fighting this fight. I shouldn't be begging for this memorial. But I can only stop coming here if I really trust that our local representatives are going to do the right thing and not give everything that the developer is asking for. That you are going to respect the fact that you are also Surfside, that this catastrophe happened here at your town, and this memorial must be built. There's a responsibility here in Surfside that other towns don't have. Also, the memorial has to be meaningful, respectful, appropriate of what happened. It was the biggest construction fatality in one of the poshest neighborhoods in Miami, in the biggest country in the world. 98 beautiful people went to bed that night, then their home collapsed on top of them, ending their lives, leaving many of us that remain here forever in pain. The memorial has to be as close as possible to where it happened, because those 98 people went to sleep one night and their stories ended, buried under gravel for weeks. That piece of land on 88th Street is very significant for us families, for a lot of people in Surfside, and for a lot of people in this city, state, and country, who know that it is the right thing to make a memorial in the entire street. No concessions, no exceptions. It's also an important piece of land for the 98 souls that died that night. If you believe there is something more, if you believe in souls. In fact, in Judaism, when someone dies, we rush to bury the body, so a part of their soul can elevate and be free as fast as possible. No one really knows. Then there is another part of the soul that forever remains in the place that that person was buried. Because those 98 lives were buried immediately in the north side of 8777 Collins Avenue, those souls possibly left, those people possibly left that part of their soul there, not even in their current graves, but there in 877 Collins Avenue, forever. As I said, no one really knows, but that's what I believe. Once again, I repeat, I want this to be my last time here. I only want to be involved with the design of a memorial, not the fight for its existence. But for me to stop coming here, I need to know that the Surfside commissioners and town staff are going to fight for the 98 lost souls, going to represent us and the town of Surfside. Like, for example, Commissioner Mayshide did. Thank you so much for taking our calls,
for setting up important meetings when we ask you, for automatically leaning towards a full memorial and not a half memorial, like Commissioner Velasquez did. Thank you so much for also taking our calls, for guiding us when we don't understand this system, for sponsoring me to do this presentation twice. Thank you for automatically wanting a full memorial and not a half memorial. Like Commissioner Fred Landsman, thank you for calling me back that day, for talking to me for an hour, for listening until you understood my view and what I had to say, for calling me back late that day to go over alternatives, to talk about the need to compromise, because that day we spoke, the possibility of moving this loading truck seemed impossible in our minds. None of us said it, but we both knew it in our heads. Because of all that had happened the weeks prior, because of the less than 2 weeks we had, because in less than 2 weeks we had, because of the less than 2 weeks we had until this vote happened tonight, because of the interpretations that the commissioners were being told about who owned 88th Street, about FDOT requirements, no questions asked, because of the fear that someone implanted during some commission meetings that the town will get sued if this plan is not approved by a billionaire who doesn't really care if this site is not approved. Anyway, thank you for truly showing me that you wanted to do the right thing about the memorial those 3 times we have spoken over the past weeks. Now, to the rest of the commissioners. I hope that today you vote against approving this site plan, against Surfside losing 33% of the Champlain Memorial for a developer. That 33% is the revised number. Losing 33% of the Champlain Memorial for a developer's convenience and bottom line, against signing a document that says that the construction entrance to the site is through the end of 88th Street, so there can be no memorial until construction is completed in 3, 4, 5 years. Against dishonoring the town's present, future, and history. I think that you'll vote against it. It's an easy vote now that all the facts have been said, that we have the county and Mayor Cava's support, together with FDOT, that the voters want this. Now that you know that the next door town of Bay Harbor rejected 3 times a site plan, and it happens all the time. I really hope that you will vote against it, and that in the future your words, action, and votes show that you prioritize the memorial over a developer's convenience and bottom line. Now my words for the town staff. If this site plan is rejected, I hope that you go back to the developer and tell them that we must move the loading dock completely away from 88th Street. That the only part of 88th Street that will remain a street is the entrance to the Solara Hotel. That they must regroup and redesign something through Collins, and that FDOT will approve it if they do the homework and follow all the requirements, like every other building does in Collins Avenue. It can be done, and they must. Tell them that they can put their fire truck and emergency parking area on the beginning of the memorial, but that's it. And please also tell them not to lie again on their oath in your town, or misrepresent a government agency, or to try to bend the facts in their favor, or be tricky. Show them that you are not tricked or persuaded. You are also Surfside. Some of you were there at the time of this tragic moment. All of you carry that responsibility on your backs because of what happened in your town. You have Resolution 2853 as your first line of defense. Interpret the words access required as it should be, not as what is requested by the developer. We will support you. We can also help you. There's going to be a lot of paperwork for the closure of 88, but that was always in your job description since January 12, 2022. And once again, we can help with paperwork, meeting, plans, presentations, whatever. Lastly, for the MAC, I ask you here today and publicly that if the Town Commission votes against the current site plan today for the reasons I just explained or for whatever reason, that you do not sue them, don't scare them, do not fight the town or us, that you please go back to the drawing board as quickly as possible, that you redraw that good-looking building you're going to make, move everything away from 88th Street, resubmit your plans, and go make an honorable profit. We have no doubt you'll make a big profit. Also, you will have to find a different construction entrance. We want a memorial as soon as possible. hopefully by next year, and we cannot wait until your tower is completed to have our memorial. I hope I said all I had to say, and I hope that the next time I see many of you is in the 2025 anniversary of the Champlain collapse, not in this office, on the Surfside Memorial, not in this room, fighting against for honor and respect. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rodan. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask if everybody can abide by our rules. Clapping is prohibited in this chambers. I understand it's special circumstances, but we are still in a legal proceeding, and I'm going to ask if everybody can please abide by our rules. Ms. Julie Lowe. The next speaker is Elise Harris. I don't know if you're in the room here, if you can get ready.
Good evening. I'm Julie Lowe. An exhaustive amount of work was done by the city, just listening to your presentation, as well as the developer. But the one thing that we didn't hear was a very deep and exhaustive report of the geological situation underneath this land. We're waiting to hear the reason that the building collapsed. We still don't know. And I think it would behoove all of us, certainly the developer, to want to know what's underneath this land. After all, the whole of Miami Beach and Surfside is a very fragile spit, is what it's called. So I don't know how building and zoning can really make a significant and important decision as to the safety, guarantee the safety, without knowing the geological situation on the land that we live on. And that hasn't been done, at least to my knowledge. We're waiting for the report to see, again, as I said, why the building collapsed. So all of this work that everyone's done, impressive as it is, just doesn't really, it's conjecture, as far as I'm concerned. As to 88th Street, no one has brought up, to my knowledge, the fact that garbage smells. If it's refrigerated or it's unrefrigerated, it smells. It smells bad. I think we should consider that. I also think that the garbage trucks, when they pick it up, are noisy. No one's mentioned that. We have a memorial site that's going to be right next to a potentially smelly and noisy situation. So let's look at the real picture of the situation. Let's get an expert understanding of what this land is, and then make a decision, rather than making a decision without, that's just conjecture. Anyway, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Lowe. If you can just state your name and address for the record, please.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I told you who I was. Julie Lowe, 9325 Byron Avenue.
Thank you. Chief, if you can please escort Mr. Sanchez out of the room, please. He is portraying his middle finger and making shooting remarks at the chair, which is unacceptable for this kind of meeting. Right there. Thank you.
I saw it.
Right there. Please remove him, please. Mr. Sanchez.
I appeal to the commission to allow Mr. Sanchez to stay in this room. I don't believe that Mr. Sanchez has been
Right there.
doing what he's being accused of.
White shirt next to the woman in the blue shirt.
Do I get a second on my motion?
I second.
Commissioner, you're not recognized
Okay,
right now.
so I want to make a motion.
You can't just pick and choose.
There are actual decorum rules in this room.
Listen, Robert-
Putting
But we-
putting the middle finger to the chair repeatedly, plus making shooting remarks and threatening gestures, please remove him.
I saw it.
I saw it, he saw it.
Of course you're going to see it because he's your buddy.
All right.
Of course you're going to see it. Fred, are you gonna allow this to happen?
Commissioner, you are out of order.
Fred, are you gonna?
Sir,
Excuse
please
me.
file a
Excuse me.
report with the
Wow.
Ethics Commission, but if you don't be quiet, you're gonna have to leave
Fred,
too,
are you
Mr.
really gonna
Aquero.
allow this to happen?
I'll be better, but he needs to understand, he didn't do a thing.
Mr. Aquero, if you don't remain silent, you'll be joining your friend outside.
This isn't right. This isn't right.
Mr., I don't know why you're still in the room. Please leave. Please leave. Please leave. Thank you. Please leave. Mr. Sanchez, please leave the room. Thank you.
So our motion doesn't mean anything.
Commissioner, if you're going to disrupt the meeting, your motion does not mean anything.
So wait a minute, Robert's rules means nothing to you. I made a motion to allow
Commissioner, in
Mr.
order to make a
Sanchez to
motion, you
stay
have to
here.
obtain the floor.
Okay,
Screaming and yelling does not constitute obtaining the floor.
I'm making a motion.
You have to
You
ask
can't-
to be
you can't-
recognized, and you can make a motion. There's a
So I
process to
have to be
this.
recognized when you're not gonna recognize me. Okay, so
Commissioner, I
then I'd
didn't
like
write
to
the
speak.
rules. I'm here to enforce them.
I'd like to speak.
Please ask to be recognized.
Okay, I'd like to speak.
Usually, we don't recognize the commissioners in the middle of public comment.
Well, usually we don't throw residents out with suspicions of ridiculous things that the man was giving you his middle finger.
All right, please remove Mr. Aquero. He's been warned about clapping multiple times. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to disrupt this meeting, I'm going to clear the room. You can all watch it from the other room, and you will come in here and speak one at a time.
He's the chair, but there's rules that we need to follow here. Okay, so when do I get to make a motion to allow the residents to stay?
All right.
To the chair,
Let's take a
to the
break.
chair, through the chair.
Make a motion for a 2-minute recess?
Second.
Point of
Recess.
order, point of order. I want a point of order. Point of order.
Thank you. Ladies and
I don't
gentlemen,
need
we're
to be
taking a 5-minute
recognized for a
recess.
point of order.
There's
So
a
you want to
motion-
talk about
Mayor-
Robert's rules?
Mayor, there's a
Okay.
motion for recess for
A point
5
of order.
minutes.
Okay, let's
It
talk
was
about a
approved.
point of
Do I have
order.
a second?
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. 5-minute recess.
You see everybody
Good. All right, let's try this again. Madam
Through-
Clerk,
through
if
the
you'll take a
chair?
roll, please.
Mayor Danziger,
Present.
Vice Mayor Rose,
Here.
Commissioner Landsman,
Present.
Commissioner Mashide,
Present.
Commissioner Velasquez.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Again, I'm going to remind everybody here, there are rules in this room. This is not a playground. This is not a joke, all right? This is a governing body. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. There are rules to adhere to. They are printed on our agenda. I've repeated them multiple times. I can't have a resident here flipping me off and then making shooting motions at the chair. That is a threat. We are not going to tolerate that. I'm not going to tolerate people yelling out from the crowd. I'll remove you one at a time until we have a room that allows us to do government business. I hope I'm very clear about that. Commissioner Velasquez, I hope you'll apologize to town staff for the way you're treating them, for doing their job. It'd be nice if you did that publicly as well.
I have the floor to speak?
I'm asking you to apologize. yes.
I have so you're giving me the floor to speak.
Yep.
I'd like to make a motion to appeal to the rest of the commission to allow the two members of our town, our residents, to be able to come back into this room.
I'll second.
All right, again. The man was making
You
threats at the
gave me
chair.
the floor.
I'm not arguing. We
You
have a
gave me
motion
the
on
floor,
table,
so there's a
Commissioner.
motion.
And
Unlike
now
when
comes
Mr.
discussion.
Rose here made the
Commissioner.
motion to give a recess, you did not give him the floor. No, he didn't. And there's recordings of that.
All right, again, can I
So
speak
can we
on your
please
motion,
vote
which
on
is
our,
on the
on our
table?
motion? Okay.
We have a gentleman who is not only, he's violating rules which we don't have by making threats to elected officials. I understand there's a motion on the table. Are there any other comments before we call the roll on this?
I will, there are two people that were removed. I did not personally see Mr. Sanchez, Oliver Sanchez, with his motions, that he's obviously not part of the room. I think if in fact he was making these threatening gestures, which were observed by that side of the dais, that's unacceptable. So I think he should be withdrawn from this room. Mr. Cuero, the other gentleman who spoke up on his behalf, perhaps the emotions of the day got to him. I can see bringing him back if he wants to speak and give him his 3 minutes, but not Mr. Sanchez.
All right, so let's call the roll.
Okay, I would like to say something, since you addressed the staff.
Are you still not going to apologize to the
I'm
staff?
going there.
All right.
I was talking to Lily in the hallway, and Evelyn and Sandra came in and started interrupting my conversation with her. And it got it got loud, okay? But I never was there to insult anybody, and they didn't let me talk, so I had to raise my voice to be able to for them to hear what I had to say. But my conversation was not with Evelyn or Sandra. I don't understand why they were getting involved in a conversation that had nothing to do with them, okay? The conversation was with Lily, who is the town attorney, okay? And has nothing to do with the town clerk or the town assistant clerk, okay? So each person needs to understand what their place is in this circle of this town. And if I'm having a conversation with the town attorney, you are not to interrupt me in any way possible, okay? Because you want to come out and defend the town attorney. That's unacceptable. And I'm not going to continue to tolerate that kind of behavior. Okay, so no, I have nothing to apologize other than I was talking to the town attorney and I was rudely interrupted by two staff members. Okay, and if they had any issue, they should have went to the town manager, and the town manager should have came here and explained something to me. Okay, so that's what happened.
Through the mayor. Moving forward, anything related to town staff through me. I don't
And the
want
town staff should do the same.
Commissioner, anything through town staff through me, please. Town
You
staff
weren't
go-
there, Hector.
Town staff goes
You
through
weren't
me.
there.
I just want, in order to
You
keep
were
it
not there,
streamlined.
Hector.
Thank you. In order to keep it streamlined, just through me. Thank you.
Mr. Manager, okay, so be clear, there's no apology to the town staff. Let's call a motion on this, a roll on this motion, please.
Commissioner Mashide,
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez,
Yes.
Commissioner Landsman,
Clarification, is this just relating to one gentleman?
Nope, it's to both members.
Then
Okay,
it's-
so then I'll change my motion, at least
We're
we
in the
let one
middle
of them
a
in.
roll
We're
call.
in the middle of the roll.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Lansman?
Oh, but when other members want to change their roll call, they can do it.
Commissioner
If
Lansman?
it's both gentlemen, no.
Vice Mayor Rose?
No.
Mayor Danziger?
Nope.
Mayor, the motion fails.
Thank you. Let us try to get on with public comment. We have a lot of cards.
So I'd
go
like to
through.
make a motion to appeal to the commission to allow Ben Aquario to come back into the room.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. All right. Mr. Aquero is welcome back in the room to further disrupt this meeting. If we can continue on, Mr. Elise Harris, or Elise, Elsie? Elise, I was right. All right. 3 minutes, please. Name and address for the record.
Sure. Good evening. My address is 824 92nd Street. I'm just reading the letters here that from the survivors' families that couldn't be here. The first one, wait a minute. Okay. It says, I'm writing to you because my mom and stepfather passed away from the Champlain tragedy, and we are working to protect the Surfside Memorial. We are asking that Surfside not give 1 foot of the memorial to DMAC. Surfside should stand by the 98 victims and their families. Surfside should follow Resolution 2022-2853 that designated 88th Street as a park for the memorial. Surfside should tell DMAC that the memorial site is not a street. There are many options for garbage collection and loading docks on Collins Avenue that still meet FDOT requirements. We ask that you do not do the right thing on September 27th for us, for Surfside, for them. Thank you. And this is from Diane O'Hayan, Maria and Arnie Notkin's daughter. Okay. Here's another letter. Dear Surfside Commissioners and DMAC representatives, I'm Susanna Brief, Andre Levine's mom. Moises Rodin's aunt, Louis Sadovnik, and Nicole Langsfield's aunt. I speak to you because I am alive, unfortunately, and they are not. I wish you would understand that if I had died instead, these 4 kids could have spoken on my behalf and would have done a much better job than I, along with the Surfside family members, have been able to. This makes me feel sorry for myself, frustrated for them, and damaged by you. The demands family members are making from our memorial cannot be interpreted and dealt with as business as usual. This is not a regular request from a Surfside resident. We are grieving families in need of a space for remembrance. I believe you should always favor the requests of the families to partially, very partially, grant the small amount of recognition this tragedy deserves. This means honoring the resolution in which the town of Surfside concedes 88th Street for the memorial, not making us fight for it, not benefiting any developer if this even slightly dishonors the promise of having a memorial in the place where our children died. This is not an opportunity to accommodate demands from developers and convene in a win-win scenario. Can I just finish the rest of the letter? Thank you. This is a memorial for 98 daughters, sons, husbands, wives, parents, and a building beside it. I urge you to treat this matter as if it was you or your most precious loved ones. The family members fighting in person, such as my nephew David Rodin and my friends, the Langsfield family, are sweating and facing disappointments every day. And we, the rest of the family members, are suffering every bit listening to your positions. Physical distance does not remove the pain and suffering. We are all a big community, bound by unbearable loss. To DMAC, the building comes with a heavy inheritance. The causes of the collapse have not been determined. Your actions do not honor the souls of the 98 people that perished in that site. Continuing to proceed in the way you have until now adds the discomfort of 98 families to your project. Instead of trying to break the cycle, DMAC is today what the CTS developers were 40 years ago. I wish you better luck, or at least better judgment. And it's from Susanna Brief. And I'm out of time, so I agree with this woman here that putting a memorial where garbage is going to be collected, it's just not the right thing to do. And I hope you guys can understand that. Thank you.
Luisa Agressi.
Mayor, we just want to make sure that everyone that speaks it had sworn in. If not, I have to do that. I'm not sure if
Ms.
Ms.
Agressi, have you
was
sworn in?
Were you sworn in?
No, I was back there.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to say the truth and only but the truth?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Luisa Agresti, 625 95th Street. I'm here this evening because I can't even believe that this has become a question to go against the resolution that was passed for the memorial for these 98 family members. I was at our last town meeting and heard one of the commissioners questioning why there were only 4 family members here, and I mean, I couldn't even imagine that any of these people are able to come here and not be traumatized in this town. And to know that this collapse happened because a developer cut corners and was allowed to build a faulty building under Surfside's building department or whoever signed off on that back in the 1980s. And to think that we're standing here today, 2023, trying to undo something that was going to be done right for this situation. I'm here to read on behalf of Jennifer and Daniel Orgelis, and they are writing to you because they can't be here in person. They've suffered trauma, and it's beyond words. Dear esteemed commissions and town manager, we are Jennifer and Daniel Orgelis, and we are the children of Mercedes and Raymond Orgelis, who perished in this CTS collapse on June 2021. We understand that family members of other collapse victims have discussed with you our shared concern regarding the area for the CTS Victims Memorial. Specifically, there are many of us that would request that the loading dock and trash collection site for the new DBANC property not be placed on this 88th Street end. As we understand it, other Surfside residential buildings on College Avenues do not have side street access for their respective loading docks and trash collections. As such, we would expect that the loading and trash site for DMAC property can be placed elsewhere, such that it does not cut into the 88th Street end and thereby allows the entirety of 88th Street to be preserved for the memorial as intended by the Surfside Commission Resolution number 2022-2853. And I'm even having a hard time reading on with this because I know I'm spending my time on this, but when I really am feeling, I saw a video from the P&Z meeting when this was first voted on to give this part of the memorial away to garbage and non-emergency vehicles. And then I heard my own town staff and commissioners misrepresenting words of the FDOT, trying to mislead the public and having votes based on misinformation. I don't know if it was intentionally lied about, but according to FDOT, they didn't say any of the stuff that our town commissioners or employees stated. And this is, like, I've lived in Surfside since 2005, and I cannot believe some of the things that are going on, and especially this would be a great disservice to all of these people who perished in our town because of shady things going on in the 1980s, and to think that they're continuing on in 2023 is very disheartening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Agressi. David Hiquin. Doesn't want to speak? He left? Alicia Boimel-Green. Were you sworn in?
Nope, I was in the back.
Okay.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to say the truth and only but the truth?
I do.
Right, the other right. Do you
I
swear
do.
or affirm to say the truth and only but the truth?
I do.
You may proceed.
Name and address for the record, please.
Alicia Boyman Green, 9173 Carlisle Avenue. First, I'm not responsible, but I want to apologize to the families and the survivors that were even here. I'm here to request that the commission critically assess the presentations tonight and act in the interest of the community and prevent any footprint of this building on the 88th Street Memorial. The role of the developer tonight is to convince you that they did all they can, they have no other options, they've been over backwards, they've even moved the trash slightly off 88th Street. Your job is to serve your community and your residents. I recognize that the town tried to negotiate for space on the property itself in exchange for building rights. This was not successful, and at the end of the day, we recognize that you have no jurisdiction on private land. But public land is under your jurisdiction. And the previous commission rightly, for all their failure, rightly allocated the closest public area, 88th Street, for a memorial. At that point, this land should have been considered sacred. The site should no longer be considered a corner lot unit with street access, but a site with green space on either side. That the building is so low impact, that we've heard tonight, should support your request that all building access be from Collins. Your responsibility as a commission is to your community, and your responsibility was to protect that green space, that memorial, and allowing the building that will profit from this incredible tragedy to encroach on this area is a slap in the face and a failure in your duty to your constituents. And I respectfully request that you do not approve the present site plan and you explore all avenues available to you to protect the memorial. Thank you.
Thank you. Shmuley Ainsworth. Were you sworn in?
Yes, sir.
Name and address for the record, please.
Shmuley Ainsworth. My address is 2474 Prairie Avenue, Miami Beach. As you can see, I'm a Jewish man. Growing up, I remember vividly often hearing, especially growing up in Miami, the words never forget. And I remembered at a young age wondering why we kept saying that, why we had to keep reminding people to not forget such a magnitude of death. I never really understood that. We went through this again in 9/11, where again, we kept saying never forget. And I wondered again, this was such torturous magnitude of death. Why do we need to keep saying that? Why is that our tagline? Unfortunately, I'm here tonight because I now understand why this tagline exists. We are less than 3 years away from the crushing death of 98 people who crushed to death less than a couple blocks away from here. And we are not talking about their proper burial, which none of them had. We are not talking about a memorial on the site, which none of them are getting. We are talking about competing for loading docks on the neighboring street. That's what we hear about tonight. I know life goes on for most of you, and most of you seem very passionate about random things happening. It does not go on for the people that were affected. I ask you to please, please understand what that means to families that were affected, to never forget. We are asking for the tiniest bit of space. These people did not have a proper burial. We are asking for a tiny memorial. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ainsworth. Martin Langesfeld.
Martin Langesfeld, 11310 Northwest 53rd Lane. It's an embarrassment how these meetings continue to get run. It's painful. We don't want to keep coming here. We continue to say this. It hurts to come. I don't want to be fighting against you guys. We want to work together. But it's very clear that 27 months later, that's not going to happen. We continue to get beat up for families, some who we don't even know, and that's because we love them. We never met them, and we love them. And we understand that people grieve differently, and they're outside of the country. You're going to hear an overwhelming amount of emails today from families who wish they could be here, and they can't. So for you, Shlomo Danziger, and Commissioner Fred Landsman, to try to make them feel bad for not being present deserves a public apology. From the developer's mouth today, I bore you with the memorial details later. I am sorry that our loved one's memorial bores you. Their team also mentioned the county has jurisdiction over 88th Street. Yesterday night, Mayor Daniela Livinkova sent the entire commissioner letter saying 88th Street is 100% Surfside jurisdiction. So do the right thing and stop lying. They also continued to mention that this building will bring closure. No building on the site of the collapse will bring us closure. And what they're trying to do with these loading docks and take what was previously assigned for the 88th Street Memorial doesn't bring closure. It hurts us more. Have some respect. To Zaha Hadid, they're probably the best architects in the world. Try to find a way in putting the loading dock on Collins Avenue. The building right next door did it. FDOT members are here. They said it's not impossible to put the loading docks on Collins Avenue, so why do they keep hurting us and not try to work together? Mayor Cava said she will give us the 100% support in making sure this happens. The only difference between the building next door and this building is that 98 people were crushed in this building. The MAC can offer $1.5 million or $100 million. But don't overlook the fact that they are using our memorial for the loading docks and their trash collection. And regarding the 40%, 20%, 30%, it doesn't matter. They deserve 0% because 88th Street was assigned as a sign of respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Langesfeld. Lindsay LaCour.
Good evening, Lindsay LaCour, 8950 Irving Avenue. As you may know, I was the sole member of the Planning and Zoning Board that voted against this plan, and not for the lack of beauty of the buildings. It's a beautiful development, really just for the sole item of the loading dock. Now, I appreciate that the developer has done a lot in the last 30 days. We've made a lot of improvement. However, I don't support a loading dock on 88th, primarily because of the 7 criteria that our planner, Mr. Keller, identified. So there's 2 criteria he mentioned there that I don't think are met by this plan. One is congruity with development schemes around the property. We know by resolution that there's a development scheme for a memorial adjacent to this. I do not believe it's congruous to have trucks loading in and out of that street in the middle of a memorial. So that's one criteria. The other criteria was it does not have, I had to write it down. It has a favorable or unfavorable impact on the town. I think we can say that having the trucks coming in and out of the memorial is an unfavorable impact. So you have 2 legal criteria by which to evaluate this plan, and I hope you would either deny or you would ask for a deferral. The developer is working within the parameters that we gave them, and they've tried to find a solution. If you give them the parameter of take the loading dock off of 88th, I'm confident that they will work with that and find a solution. They have the team to do it. Please do not accept this, and please either defer, deny, and address the loading dock. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. LaCour. Maureen Kaufman.
Hi.
Name and address for the record, please.
Maureen Kaufman, 3029 Northeast,
188th Street, Aventura, Florida, 33180. So I'm addressing the chair.
Mayor, if I may, was she sworn?
I swore, yeah. Yeah. It's okay. So Mayor Danziger, I remember you when the collapse happened. I know you were there and you were helping. Like, I remember your face. You distributed water, food, and you were helping. And I thought, what a nice guy and what an honest, heartfelt person. Then last year came, you're here, and then I started to think maybe it was part of your political agenda, or maybe it was part of why you are here now. But I also want to give you the benefit of the doubt, and I want to think that you truly are an honest guy. You are a kippah, you are a Jewish guy. I'm also Jewish. We come from a Jewish family, and you are an evident Jewish, and having a kippah brings on a lot of morality here and a lot of ethical issues here, and I don't want to see you committing Hilul Hashem. Hilul Hashem is a concept in Judaism where a Jewish man acts immorally in front of other Jew or non-Jew people, and I ask you to prove that you are really an honest man and that you will honor that resolution and that you will honor what was given to us by the town for the complete memorial. And for the Max Hadid, beautiful building, yeah, we get it. You guys are cool. You live in London, Dubai. You won awards. Congratulations, 40 years. But words like luxury, top of the world, amazing anniversary are not welcome with this crowd. You should have a little bit more of empathy, humility, and sensitivity. This is not your crowd to brag about all those kind of things. Thank you.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, I've already asked multiple times to stop clapping. Thank you. I apologize, this is a little, having difficulty reading it. Is it Justin Sina? You can read it for me?
Yeah, thank you.
9195 Collins, is there Justin here? He left, thank you. Lorraine Jimenez, 9025 Byron Avenue. All right, thank you. Were you here earlier? Were you sworn in?
Yes, sir, I was here. I left and came back.
Thank you.
Little emergency. Good evening. I'm here for someone who is not able to be here. Dear Surfside Commissioners and Town Manager, I am writing to you as the son of Julio
I'm
and
sorry,
Angela.
can you state your name and address for the record? You need to state.
Lorraine Jimenez, 9025 Byron Avenue. Surfside, Florida, 33154. Dear Surfside Commissioners and Town Manager, I'm writing to you as the son of Julio and Angela Velasquez and brother of Teresa Velasquez. They were three outstanding individuals who lost their lives in Champlain Towers South collapse in 2021. I am also writing to you as one of the large group of bereaved individuals who lost someone priceless that awful June 24th day. You have not heard from me regarding a memorial to the memories of those many loved ones before today. Part of that is because we have plenty of motivated individuals within our ranks who have carried that torch for this cause with great ability and effort, and another part is because we understand that just a few representatives' voices make your jobs much easier than having to talk to all of us individually. In earnestness, unlike so many of my fellow brothers and sisters who lost a loved one in the building collapse, the desire for a memorial at that wretched site is not as strong for me as a host of reasons. However, it is clearly to me that it matters a great deal to so many of our cohort, and having followed along with how things have transpired and what our representatives in this matter have been requesting, I believe they are making an extremely appropriate request. The MAC does not need to be gifted an additional land that would be taken from the proposed memorial site. It's pretty clear that FDOT does not require the loading dock to be on 88th Street, and there's no reason the town should accommodate this design request when there are other options that don't infringe on a memorial to the most cataclysmic tragedy in the town's history. Respectfully, doing so appears to imply that the desires of the developers come before the honoring of Surfside's past and residents. Putting aside even the feelings of those of us who are bereaved, take into account what that memorial would stand for. It's a reminder of not just the preciousness of life or the many lost neighbors of that vibrant community, but the importance of making sure we do the right thing with our building constructions, rules, and order so that we may not face these sorts of tragedies. The irony of the town caving to developers' desires here would probably stand in sharp contrast to what that memorial should also represent. Making sure as people put the safety and care of people in our lives at the forefront of our decision-making, because not doing so can have terrible consequences. I hope you will consider these points and recognize that even the least vocal among us on this matter still see the most appropriate outcome. Best regards, David Velasquez, the son of Angela and Julio and the brother of Teresa. Thank you.
Thank you. Maury Henderson. Or more? Were you sworn in?
Yes.
All right, name and address for the record, please.
Mary Henderson, 9195 Collins Ave. I'm reading letters on behalf of 2 survivors. It's been 2 years since we started working towards a memorial on 88th Street, desperately trying to hold on to whatever we can. We met with Hector last week where he presented the outline for the future memorial. The outline of the memorial started 93 feet away from Collins, as Hector explained, to avoid problems with FDOT and accommodate the loading dock for the new building. This accommodation goes against the town's responsibility to honor and respect the lives lost in your town under your codes. And now you're using those codes to create a smaller memorial in the interest of new development. I am the daughter of Zvi and Edie Ainsworth, who lived in apartment 1104, who went to sleep on June 23rd and were killed that night. I am a resident of Surfside who shows up to the meetings pleading for the town to acknowledge this loss. I know you didn't lose the people you love, but you represent a town that housed one of the greatest tragedies, and you're highly misrepresenting that by approving the developer's loading dock on 88th Street. Sincerely, Shauna Wasserman. And the second letter, hello all. My name is Vicky Batesh. My husband, Andres Levine, perished at the Surfside collapse. I'm asking you to please protect our memorial. It is the least you can do for us to help us honor them and let that space be sacred. Please don't let them take half our land. Please protect the memorial. Vicky Batesh. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henderson. Tina Paul. Name and address for the record, please.
Tina Paul, 9225 Collins Avenue. Good evening. Your vote tonight will publicly reveal whether you are compassionate or corrupt. Tonight is about balancing the interest of the property owner with sensitivity for the collective responsibility to properly memorialize our community's tragedy and the 98 souls who perished on that land. While the town is obligated to approve projects that meet the zoning code, there are 2 key issues here that must not be ignored. The zoning code has been misinterpreted by town staff for this application to allow more buildable space in the side setbacks, providing significant benefits to the private development at the public's expense. The proposed memorial park was not considered in these plans. Instead, the plans insensitively placed the electric, mechanical, and loading zone adjacent to the designated area. The construction entrance and exit point is also positioned there, and the resolution specifies for the demolition of 88th Street, a public roadway. This commission has the right to defer or deny the application and request the architects redesign the building to conform to our zoning code and reconfigure the loading area to preserve 88th Street, the town-owned property, public roadway that was designated for a public memorial space. This is your decision tonight, to be honorable and decent, or to be heartless and morally corrupt. The families and survivors of our community suffered unimaginable loss and deserve to have a peaceful place to visit here in remembrance of their loved ones. The commission under Mayor Charles Burkett dedicated 88th Street for this purpose. The 2022 state legislature provided funding for a town memorial. People from all over the world came here to help and support our community. In the Holiness Code in Leviticus chapter 19, verses 1 through 18, the Lord spoke to Moses and said, "Speak to the community and say to them, you shall not defraud your neighbor. Judge your neighbor fairly. Do not profit by the blood of your neighbor. Love your neighbor as yourself." It is up to this commission to honor and guarantee the space that was dedicated for remembrance of our neighbors at 88th Street and Surfside. Make the righteous decision. And I just want to add that I'm also speaking on behalf of survivors who couldn't be here tonight. They're still traumatized by what they went through, and also family members. There's the Bonafoy family. They live out of town, and they didn't even know about this meeting until we messaged them. They're watching on TV. And just to say, the town of Surfside will never forget our residents lost to the tragedy of June 24th, 2021. Say their names. 98 residents of Surfside, beautiful souls. May they rest in peace and have a peaceful memorial for their families to visit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Paul. Pablo Langesfeld.
Good night. Pablo Langesfeld, 11310 Northwest 53rd Lane, Miami. For those who may vote yes in favor of placing the loading dock next to the memorial, should be ashamed of yourself. 33% of anything is a lot, but 33% of a memorial is unacceptable. A memorial means a lot to all of us, especially to me, because my daughter and her husband were buried alive exactly where the loading dock is going to be. That's very offensive. This must be a quiet place, a place of peace and respect. Not an inch of 88th Street should be used in favor of the loading dock. There's a moral obligation to the town of Surfside to respect and honor our loved ones. Regarding the construction of the building, no construction trucks or cement trucks should step on the memorial while the building is going to be built. 88th Street must be closed now, and the sign or a banner must be placed and telling the world that a memorial is on the way, period. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Langesfeld. Liana Salzauer. Were you sworn in?
I was, thank you. Eliana Salzhauer.
Name and address for the record, please.
Eliana Salzhauer, 9317 Bay Drive. I was sworn in, and I'm here to tell the truth. And that's not something that happens in this room very often. On August 31st, people were sworn in and decided to tell untruths. The elephant in the room is the FDOT lie. The FDOT lie, and there are people here from FDOT who've come to clarify that it's not true. FDOT never told this developer that they had to put their loading dock or their garbage or anything else on 88th Street. Mayor Cava sent an email last night to all of you to explain very clearly that she supports and will help us to get those efforts done. 88th Street was definitively set aside by resolution as a memorial in its entirety. Would you give away 33% of your loved one? Would you, what price? At what price? Is $2.5 million enough for someone to put a loading dock on your child's grave? I don't think so. We don't need blood money. And 1.5 million towards this memorial is in-kind contribution. It is not a cash donation. It is actually in-kind contribution, which means it's just probably $400,000 worth of material that they've upcharged. It also, if you look at their plans, they have their entire staging area for construction on the northeastern tip of 88th Street. That is where they will be for the next 3 to 4 to 5 years of construction. The memorial should have been there already. It was very clear that we owned the streets. It was very clear that we could have made it a memorial. In fact, when there was the first memorial meeting with the Memorial Committee on September 19th, 2022, Mayor Danziger said very clearly, and it's on video, that there are certain things that we cannot change, and that is 20-foot setbacks on both sides, and a memorial on 88th Street. Now, what changed between September 19th, 2022 and now? Somebody went to Dubai. That was not even reported in the beginning when everyone had to say who they met with. There's not a single public record that has been turned over in response to that trip. You guys have the complete authority here to deny or defer this application, but I would also urge the developer to read the room and to take a deep look inside and say, we can withdraw our application and we can redesign this because we're better than that. We don't have to, we can do the right thing because it's the right thing, not because someone is forcing us to do the right thing. This developer could have put a memorial garden on its property from day one, and we wouldn't be here anymore. We wouldn't even need 88th Street because we'd have a memorial on site, but that was not up for grabs because they weren't being given something in return. We have an 88th Street memorial, the entire thing. The loading dock does not belong on there. Garbage, refrigerated or not, is a smelly mess. It does not belong there. It is completely within this commission's discretion to refuse, to vote no, or to defer this application, and it is for the developer to say, you know what, with our fancy accents and how far we flew and our classy developer people, we're going to withdraw our application and come back with something respectable. I hope that's what happens tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Salzar. Horace Henderson. Mr. Anderson, were you sworn in? No, I was not. All right.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to say the truth and only but the truth?
I will tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
You may proceed.
Yeah, please start with your name and address for the record, please.
Horace Henderson, 9195 Collins Ave. I am ashamed to be here weighing garbage against human lives. I am ashamed. Everyone in this room should be ashamed of that. Number two, as Aliana said, I advise DeMock to read the room.
Mr. Henderson, please direct your comments to the chair.
Chair, I advise the developer to read the room and withdraw their application and go back and ensure that there is nothing on 88th Street and that there's no construction on 88th Street, etc. Past that, I'm going to read 2 letters from survivors that are not here. At the last meeting, this dais made a joke about that, and I was highly offended. And so I am very happy that I can read these 2 letters. These letters were sent to the entire commission and to the town manager. Dear commissioners and town manager, my name is Elana Pazos. I am a mother to a daughter who will always be 23. I am a wife to the husband who will always be only 55. I am writing this letter to you because I want to let you know that I, my son, our extended family members, and many, many of our friends are still here grieving, waiting, and most of all, wanting a memorial for our loved ones. For me personally, this memorial is extremely important because I hope that it will be a constant reminder to everyone, not only in Surfside, but all around the world, about the importance of safety regulations, decision-making, responsibilities, and the consequences that arise out of all 3. Since the memorial is just a project, I want to remind you that just a few years ago, Miami Beach, for a donation of $10.5 million, permitted the extension of 8700 Collins construction 8 feet to the left taking half of 87th Street. By the time the 8700 condominium was ready to be built, the original proposals and plans magically were enlarged and expanded. Many construction norms and protocols were neglected. I hope you are familiar with the consequences of all these decisions. The collapse of 8777 may not only be due to these atrocities, but they definitely help to expedite the process, expedite. I am asking myself some questions. I hope you'll think about them too. Why would DeMock continue designing the new condominium that requires access to 88th Street when all that piece of land was already allocated to the memorial? What if the memorial was already built there? Why can't they make the building smaller? Why does it have to be everyone's problem? I'm going to ask the commission if I can continue on with both the rest of these emails.
Can I get a motion from the commission?
I'd make a motion to allow him to finish the emails.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Please continue.
Thank you. What does such close proximity to the new 8777 mean for the neighboring 8800? How will that old building be affected? Is it safe? Are we repeating the same mistakes again, and if so, why? What if all the means to the hundreds of families that lost their loved ones? Are we hurting them again, even unintentionally? I know the answer to the question. Yes, you do. To make the land from the memorial to accommodate the garbage disposal, to make the garbage disposal right next to the memorial, it is a big slap in the face to everyone. Please don't forget, because we are not. When the trucks were removing the debris from the collapse site, these trucks were removing some of the remains of everybody who died there. I hope you understand what it means to the survivors. I never thought that I would have to write such a letter. I think none of the survivors should be put in this position. I like the design of the new condo, and I hope that many happy families will live there and enjoy life. I hope no child or adult will ever become a victim of such a horrible and preventable accident. Please find the solution to the problem. Thank you in regards, Ellen Pazos, Unit 412, on behalf of Michelle and Miguel Pazos. The next letter. Dear Surfside Commissioners and Town Manager, my name is Carolina Kaufman. I lived in the Champlain Towers South between the years 2014 and 2015. My parents-in-law tragically perished the night of the collapse. Miguel and Gabriela used to come to visit us 3 or 4 times a year in the past decade, and CTS has our family gathering hub. My children would spend endless hours as babies playing with their grandparents in the apartment 510 and or the pool, beach, and the beach area. We celebrated New Year's with both sides of the family there. In short, even though their loss was and still is unbearably painful, there will always be a warm, loving, happy bond that connects our hearts with the spot. We were informed that the city of Surfside had been able to grant the entirety of 88th Street for a funeral memorial. I'm going to repeat that. The entirety of 88th Street. This location and space promised to be the fitting solution for us to bring our family and pay our respects in a way that aligns with and honors this special bond I mentioned earlier. Recently, it has come to our attention that the future project for the site contemplates allocating a portion of that area for the loading dock and refuse collection. I believe that the connection from the street, Collins Ave, to the beach and the whole 88th Street strip offered was fundamental in creating the appropriate, majestic environment that this memorial requires. Invading it with garbage smells, dirty and noisy trucks, etc., feels sad and disrespectful. Having myself worked in similar developments to DeMock's both in New York and Sunny Isles, mainly being the project manager that holds the important role of negotiating between developers' interest and the city's responsibilities, I am compelled to ask you to please review and try to find a solution that works for all parties involved, including the uncommon situation of looking out for victims' families' good faith. I have not been able to get more technically involved in Memorial's efforts because I have been dedicated to rebuilding my own family, which also collapsed on that day. At the same time, if there's anything in particular you find in my experience that can help, I'd be happy to do so. Thank you for taking time in this letter. Carolina Glass Kaufman, and her email address and phone number. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Mr. Jeffrey Platt. Mr. Platt, were you sworn in earlier?
I was.
All right, please state the name and address for the record, please.
I know the rules. Jeffrey Platt, 9225 Collins Avenue. I'd like to start off by reading the definition of hypocrisy. Hypocrisy is the practice of pretending to be something or believe something that you do not believe. For example, if you say you support something and then you vote against it, that's hypocrisy. I've heard you mention 98 souls no less than 500 times in the last 2 years. You care about them, you care about them, you care about them. For your political gain, of course. Because when it comes time to collecting money from the developers, your hands are out. I just wonder how much you got. That's what I wonder. Because your intentions are not to honor the perished or the people from Champlain Towers South. That's not your desire at all. None. It never was. You lied and lied and lied to this town repeatedly because it fit the agenda. Did you ever talk about the river that runs under 88th Street from Point Lake to the ocean? And maybe that's why the land was so unstable? Nobody from the engineers ever even talked about that. But there is that river under the Champlain building. It was there 100 years ago. It's an unsafe location. It was unsafe for the Champlain Towers South, and corruptly they built it anyway, and now they're going to build another building there, and that's going to
Mr. Platt, please direct your comments to the chair.
My comments are for the chair. I was just looking the other way.
Again, please direct your comments towards the chair.
They were, but I was just looking the other way.
Mr. Platt, you're wasting your own time.
Excuse me?
You're wasting your own time. Please continue.
Oh, okay. Now I'd like to talk about decorum. It seems to me that your whole aim is to bully the residents into believing these rules of the road. And yet, you were the biggest culprit in not listening to the decorum. We have films of you jumping up, screaming at the top of your lungs during meetings when you weren't recognized, but you did it anyway. And now you sit here, being the hypocrite that you are, and you flip it again, and now you use the rules to weaponize against us residents. For any time we disagree with you, you interrupt us and throw people out.
Thank you, Mr. Platt. Charlotte Al-Salhi.
I was sworn in. Charlotte El-Sahli, 320 88th Street. First, I'm going to read another statement from a family member who could not be here. My name is Isabella Pasos. My beloved uncle and cousin, Miguel Angel Pasos and Michelle Ana Pasos, tragically died at Champlain Tower South when it collapsed on June 24th, 2021. The memorial on 88th Street is very important to not only my family, but to all of the families, friends of those who unfortunately died in the collapse. Not only would the garbage and loading docks disrupt access to the memorial, but it is extremely disrespectful to all of us. The space of the memorial is sacred for all of us to visit and honor our loved ones. There should never be anything, especially garbage, obstructing it. Those are lives that were lost in such a tragic event. Please reconsider and see that this is about human beings and not about moving forward with business. I also just wanted to say, as somebody who walks every day, I live a block from the collapse site. I will be looking at this building from my kitchen window. My children will be looking at this building from their kitchen window. I walk every day where the memorial will be, where it already should be. And one thing she didn't talk about that I just wanted to say is that I was really appalled to learn that the developer may have access to that space for staging construction vehicles and equipment, which would delay the memorial by 3 to 5 years. This is unacceptable. The building is a masterpiece. Like, clearly, you guys, you have access to really creative minds. Use them. You can figure this out. The memorial, though, should be prioritized over development. The families, the survivors, and our community deserve nothing less.
Thank you. Eva Kamen. 9308 Bay Drive. Gerardo Vildastegui. Were you sworn in?
I was.
All right, name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, Gerardo Vildastegui, 9148 Froud Avenue. I've spoken several times on this topic to this commission. There's one item that I want to bring up that I think hasn't been mentioned, although I've mentioned it several times. And at the September 12th commission meeting, I was very grateful when Commissioner Velasquez repeated my point to the town manager. Has anyone from the town considered negotiating with 8801 to basically buy their driveway access so that we can have the entire block? I've been asking this question for months, and Commissioner Velasquez asked the town manager to do it. I would like to know, has there been any step taken, a phone call, an email, anything at all? The reason why I'm asking that is I think significant, because it gets to the question of whether or not the town staff, and really, I think they're being directed here by the mayor, are really operating in good faith when it comes to the question of 88th Street. We could have, I think, the entire block. The little portion of 8801's driveway is just on the corner, and it could easily be moved to Collins, and maybe we could use some of that $1.5 million to negotiate that. There's no reason, and if that goes away, we don't need the county minimum depth of road of 50 feet. We could have a memorial that extends all the way up to the yellow line that we saw in David Rodin's presentation, which was so moving, and have all of that space be part of the memorial. Why has nothing happened? I wish the town manager were here to answer that question. Moreover, I have another question. This one partly involves the developer. Mr. Rossley gave an account here in a somewhat humorous, lighthearted way about Scheme A and Scheme B. But I think there's a very serious question that underlies that's history. Why did the developer spend so much money on Scheme A? Why did they spend so much money with Zaha Hadid Architects, which is not cheap, to design a building that was clearly non-compliant and not legal? It had no wedding cake setback on the south side. I wonder why that happened. And if they can spend the money to do that, why can't they go back to the architect and say, we also need a design that moves the loading dock to 88th Street and that dedicates the entire street to the memorial? Could they dedicate the same resources that they spent on that non-compliant illegal design? Could they do that to honor the clear intent of Resolution 2022-2853? That's a really important question, I think, and I'm not sure why the commission and why the town staff aren't the ones asking that of the developer. Moreover, I want to go back to this question of good faith. In the last week, the developer has made some concessions, and they're appreciated, I'm sure, by many, a few feet here and there. But it's striking to me that whenever these concessions are made, they're because the families are pleading for it, the activists are pleading for it. The news is exposing, for example, the lie about FDOT. Why is all the pressure coming from us? Why isn't it coming from our elected officials? Why did we even get into a situation where 88th Street we're even discussing giving it over to the developer? That doesn't make sense. And I would like some answers to those questions, particularly the one about 8801.
Thank you, Mr. Vildastegui. Moriwa Sambia.
Marina Sarabia, maybe?
Maybe. Marina Sambia, yes. Apartment 2A?
2A?
That's all that's written here. Oh, sorry, Agenda 2A.
50189. Oh, okay.
5189.
Marina Sarabia, 501 89th Street, and yes, I did, I was here for, so I'm gonna be reading two emails.
Got the name and address,
Also-
I apologize. You stated name and address for the clerk?
Marina Sarabia. I did,
I
501
didn't hear the
89th
address.
Street.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm
I
resetting
got
the
two
time.
emails from also Champlain Tower victims. And I apologize in advance if I am not pronouncing their name correctly. This one is from Newson Ainsworth, directed to the commissioners. Dear Surfside commissioners, my name is Newson Ainsworth. My parents, Zvi and Edie Ainsworth, were killed in the Surfside collapse on 24 June 2021. I am writing in order to convey in the strongest way my complete support for the memorial on 88th Street with the minimum amount of 88th Street to be used by the developers and the new development. Anything less would be a direct desecration of what happened on 24 June 2021 to those who were killed and to their surviving family. The memorial is a way for the town of Surfside to do the proper and just thing and demonstrate to the families of the victims and the world at large that the victims matter and will not be forgotten. Giving it to the developers' requests at the expense of this would be an embarrassment and stain on this commission and the town of Surfside forever. I appreciate this is not easy for the commission, and I am confident that you will do what is right by the victims and their memory. I do not live in Miami, and I am therefore not able to attend the town meetings, but I do follow the updates from other family members closely. And this is something that is very important to me and to the legacy of my deceased parents. Sincerely, Newson Ainsworth. And the other letter is from Brandon Seltzer. Hello, Surfside Council. My uncle Manny Lafont died in the Champlain Towers collapse. Reading what is now happening at the current memorial site is saddening to hear, if truly approved. Many friends and all of our family members are strongly against the drawings that the developer proposed. I understand the financial implications of reselling the land and reusing it to build new real estate, but you have to realize the long-term implications of having garbage collection and on a loading dock next to the spot where we are supposed to remember my uncle, his godson, and 96 others. This memorial site will not be looked at the same for, may I finish? This memorial site will not be looked at the same for decades to come if it is next to trash and trucks. The general public knows that these plans can and should be changed for the better good of the Surfside community and the memories of the ones we lost, even if the developers, city, engineering firms, and in any other groups have to redo the drawings. I hope my simple email reaches you all, and you all reconsider a decision that will live on much longer, even after we're all gone. Thank you, Brandon Seltzer. I have to agree with them. Thank you.
Maria Marquez. Maria Marquez. Victoria Cordon. Hey, you were sworn in?
Yes, I was.
All right, thanks. Name and address for the record, please.
Just 1 second. I thought I was going to be shorter than this, but I guess I wasn't. Okay. My name is Victoria Cordon. I live in 1142 on 99th Street, Bay Harbor, Florida. Hola, me llamo Victoria. Salut. Je m'appelle Victoria. So I'm here to talk for the 98 victims that were killed in the devastating collapse. I knew the family of Luisa Guara, Emma, Marcos, and Ana Guara. And I am also here to represent Lorenzo Leone and Alfredo Leone. Thank you. I might take a little bit of I might take more than 5 minutes, so if that's okay, if I can have more time. Thank you so much. I am here to try to bring justice and respect for the victims and families that have died in the devastating collapse. We all deserve some kind of respect, and I believe that the dead people also deserve respect and justice. I know I'm just a 15-year-old girl, but I think that my voice could somewhat impact your decision. It's a beautiful building, by the way. I really would like to go for the design industry, and it's a beautiful design. I just think that it can be used in another way. So, I previously lived in Surfside for 6 years, and during the collapse, I hope you can accept my little speech. As I was only 13 years old, this collapse affected me greatly, and it still affects me till this day. So if you could listen to this email that I'm going to read from a family member. All right. Commissioners and town managers, I come before you today with a heart heavy with a profound weight of personal tragedy. My name is Darby Haino, and on that fateful day, June 24th, 2021, the Surfside building collapse took from me not just one, but 2 beloved family members and an irreplaceable friend. They were vibrant souls and the loves of my life, aged 23, 24, and 55. With the entirety of their promising lives stretched out before them, 2 were mere visitors of the negligently structured building, and 1 had just begun calling it home less than a year prior. In the agonizing aftermath, our friends and family have collectively endured 2.5 years of relentless grief, forever marked by the void left by our loved ones. Our lives have been eternally scarred, haunted by the absence of those we cherished in every holiday celebration, every familial embrace, and in every milestone moment that life bestows. Many have undertaken beautiful tributes to honor their lost family members, be it through memorial sports events, bearing their names, or honorary streets dedicated to their memory. Yet these are singular commemorations. As surviving family members, we implore you to envision a space where we can collectively remember all the 98 souls precisely at the place where they last shared laughter and smiles. Last year, the previous commission wisely designated 88th Street as the location for our memorial park. This decision was not just lovely, meaningful, and profound, but necessary. It serves not only as a sanctuary for living families and friends, as a hallowed ground for the entire town to honor the memory of those who departed too soon. Each of you knew someone who perished that fateful night. Each of you has experienced grief in your own life. I implore you to return to that moment when you lost someone you loved deeply in your life, and to reflect on how crucial it was and still is to uphold and commemorate their legacy and memory. This is the sentiment that courses through us every single day. Take, for example, Michelle, who was only 23 when she departed this world. She had dreams of pursuing her MBA in Europe, and had merely visited Champlain Towers South to celebrate Father's Day with her dad. Were she here today, she would be disgusted to see that the place where she took her last breath is being considered for designation as a loading dock for trash trucks. Today, we write to you all and beg for your humanity because our loved ones cannot. Because if they could, they would be the first to articulate the injustice of this course. Many of our beautiful 98 souls are still lying in the depths of the soil on that land. As the esteemed representatives and the voices of the town of Surfside, you bear a solemn responsibility and an unwavering obligation to ensure that every decision you make is at best interest of our tightly knit community. Can you, with unflinching conviction, stand by this decision? The design of the DMAC loading dock is not irrevocably tethered to 88th Street. It's not been mandated by the FDOT to be situated there. As dedicated professionals, your foremost responsibility lies not on the realm of official duties, but also in your profound commitment to the well-being of our community and the bonds that unites us as neighbors. We must not permit as an international developer to enter our town and coax us into compromising the very morals, ethics, and love that we hold dear and know to be unquestionably genuine. We implore you to reconsider this path with the profound compassion and empathy that defines us as humans. Let us honor the memories of our cherished departed. For in doing so, we preserve in every essence of our beloved Surfside. Sincerely, Darby Haino, surviving family member of the Surfside 98. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria.
Thank you.
Rita Aruz. Were you sworn in?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rita Arauz, 1142 99th Street. But I have lived in Surfside for the past 40 years until last year, so I experienced the tragic collapse of the Champlain Tower. I'm here to read some emails from some of the families. This one is from Carlos Weinberg. It says, "Dear Commissioners, Town Managers, and Mayor of Town of Surfside, I am a victim who survived the Champlain Tower South collapse, but lost my brother-in-law and business partner, along with 3 of his cousins. I'm writing to you while I'm staying away from Surfside for emotional reasons. I argue to honor the memorial space for the 98 lives lost as promised by the town. I am concerned about the developer's plan to place loading docks and garbage collection on 88th Street, near where my loved ones perished. The developer initially claimed the Department of Transportation mandated this layout, which the Department of Transportation later refuted. I ask you, as the authority figures, to direct the developer to relocate these utilities to Collins Avenue, thus preserving the sacred memorial grounds. Please consider that the victims and families present at prior commission meetings echo my views and those of many others affected by this tragedy. I await your prompt action on this urgent matter to ensure a dignified memorial space. Sincerely, Carlos Weinberg." The other one is from Levy Ainsworth. "Good afternoon, members of the commission. My name is Levy Ainsworth, son of C.V. and E.T. Ainsworth, who were tragically killed in the Surfside collapse on June 24, 2021. I'm writing as it relates to the proposed plans put forth by the developer who purchased the new vacant lot where 8777 Collins once stood. It is deeply alarming that the proposal being put forth is to use 93 feet of the 224 feet available for garbage and emergency vehicles. This is a substantial portion of the land that will directly impact and reduce any memorial that will eventually be placed. It is unclear why such a large portion is proposed to be taken from the memorial, even after a resolution was made to ensure that 88th Street will be used as a memorial. At the time of the resolution, the intention was clearly that much of the 88th, if not the entirety, will be used for the memorial. I drive past the site almost daily. The thought that the memorial will be tucked away far into 88th Street and out of sight of Collins and future residents of the proposed condo building is painful beyond words. Surfside is a small town, one that neighbors know each other, where the community comes together for one another. Yet the greatest tragedy of this town is being degraded to the back seat of the for the benefit of the developer to ensure they can sell their condos without having to face the horror of what once occurred at the same place. There were commissions prior to the current one and commissions that will come after, but none will be remembered like the current commission and this vote. It is the commission's choice if they will be remembered for honoring the loved ones lost or lacking the integrity to stand for their town and their lives lost. I wish you all the courage to stand strong and be remembered for honoring Surfside and the 98 lives lost. Kind regard, Levy.
Frank McBride. Hannah Citron.
Hannah Citron, 8910 Carlisle Avenue. The land at 88th Street was designated for a memorial, rightfully so. The previous commission did the right thing. To take even 1 centimetre of that land now and decide to pull back and use it for another purpose is just, the suggestion of that is preposterous. I don't understand how anybody could feel comfortable doing that, aside from, after we've heard all the moving testimony and knowing that so many of you actually knew victims in the building, were here when the building collapsed, proudly volunteered as Surfsiders, to turn around now and it's almost like that's forgotten because it's inconvenient. For anyone, in my opinion, to vote for this, to take away, like I said, forget about how many feet or meters we're talking about, even 1 centimetre, it's just a disgrace. For the developers to offer money for this, I don't understand why they think the residents or the town, our town of Surfside, can be bought or sold. What gives them that idea that they can throw money at us and we will compromise our values and on doing the right thing? That's very deeply troubling to me. This land is owned by the town being the residents of the town, all of us went through this tragedy together. And we're not for sale. And I don't know why anybody would think that we should be. And I think that as representatives, public servants, representatives of the town, you should listen to the voice of the residents of the town who, by and large, are very much against this. I'm not talking to whether it's international buildings and developers and what the building looks like or doesn't look like is all totally irrelevant. This land is sacred. It cannot be compromised. It should not be taken away. I wouldn't be able to look at myself in the mirror if I voted for something like this, and I hope that all of you will make the right decision and not do the wrong thing by all the victims and all the people of the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Burkett. Mr. Burkett, were you sworn in?
I was. Charles
Name and
Burkett,
address,
1332 Biscaya Drive. Tonight I want to try to zero in on the essence of what we're talking about tonight. We've heard some very moving stories, and it's obvious that nothing should be built next to the memorial that would be disrespectful. Let's get something out of the way. First, Graham, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for your team. You guys have done a great job. It's a beautiful building. It's the right building in the wrong place. David Rodan made a great presentation. I'm hoping that was moving to some of the people sitting up on this dais. I doubt it was for a couple, but for some others, I'm hopeful. we're all passionate here as Surfsiders because we lived through the collapse. I was the mayor when the building fell down. We lived and breathed that for weeks and weeks and weeks and months. And I had two objectives. One was to get people out of that building, and the second was to support the families. We never lost that vision. My commission did everything we could for the families. What we're talking about tonight is unthinkable. We promised the memorial to the families, to the loved ones. We promised them a peaceful, tranquil, beautiful garden. What we're talking about now is compromise. Sometimes compromise works, but sometimes it doesn't. You got a bowl of caviar and a bowl of horse manure. They're just not compatible. It doesn't work. What we've got here is we've got a memorial for 98 dead people, and then we've got a developer talking about making his project work. This goes back to the commission. There's nobody culpable here or responsible. The developer didn't do anything wrong. They're doing everything right. They're coming here and they're telling you they want to build a building, and they're trying their hardest to sell that building to you guys. The responsible parties, the culpable parties, are sitting in front of me, every single one of you. And I think we all have an idea, and I think for the residents watching and the people sitting here, I think we kind of know how the layout goes. We've got two commissioners up here that support the families. We've got two that probably don't. We've got one that's on the fence. So this issue is going to be decided tonight by one commissioner. One commissioner. It's very likely that it comes down to that. And I think that, Lindsay LaCour was up here. She made a very passionate argument. She gave you technical reasons not to do it. Okay? If you hear out of the mouths of the two or the three that want to make this thing go forward, that their hands are tied, that, oh, shucks, there's just nothing we can do. Gee, we wish we could help, but we can't. We're committed. That's nonsense. It's all nonsense. It was nonsense from the beginning. And you know whose fault it is? It's their fault for inducing these developers to come all this distance only to be let down right now. The responsible thing that should have been done was these two up here should have said to the developer, listen, we've got a problem. We've got a memorial here that we've got to put forward. And now you've got this problem where you've misled the developer, and I'm very sorry you did that.
Thank you, Mr. Burkett. David Karp. Mr. Karp, were you sworn in?
No.
Madam Clerk?
Do you swear or affirm to say the truth and only but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
I'm very sympathetic to all the families.
Name and address for the record.
David Karp, 9341 Collins Avenue, 1208. I'm very sympathetic to all the families of the victims about moving the loading dock. But as one of the speakers said tonight, that the commission should not be afraid of a lawsuit from DMAC. So I'd like to ask, if the approval of this resolution for the building doesn't pass or is deferred, even though this town staff has said it's in compliance with the code, what ramifications will it have for the township of Surfside? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Karp. Randy Rose. Mr. Rose, were you sworn in?
Yes, I was. Thank you. Randy Rose, 9032 Froud Avenue. This is not an easy situation here. Facts and truths. I owned in Champlain Towers as our second home, which I was almost there every day. What happened was a tragedy. We lost neighbors, friends, and others lost family members. Miami Beach was very generous and offered approximately 2 acres of a memorial about 500 feet south of Champlain Towers. Unfortunately, a few heirs did not like that idea because they only wanted a memorial on the exact site. The heirs had an opportunity to ask Judge Heineman to use some of the approximately $800 to $900 million off the top to purchase the property from the current owner. That never happened. Most of the heirs would not agree to this. I was at many of the prior commissioner meetings after the building collapsed in reference to Champlain Towers. I was one of the few people who suggested a memorial location by 87 Terrace and then on 88th Street. The commissioners liked the idea of 88th Street. I also mentioned at that time it was important to have access for any future building to exit vehicles to 88th Street. Whoever lived or visited Champlain Towers knows it is very dangerous to exit on Collins Avenue, that Champlain Towers eliminated the exit onto Collins Avenue many years ago because of the curve on Collins Avenue. So the current option for the memorial, and most likely the only option, is a piece of 88th Street, which was never going to be a large memorial from the beginning. Some people are complaining about the location of the loading docks and then sanitation removal location. As we heard, they were doing their best to try to fix that. Hopefully, the condo timeshare next to the memorial will not have new restrictions on their normal daily activities. For the people and the heirs that actually lived and visited Champlain Towers know exactly what I'm talking about. Yes, normal activity of people enjoying the pool deck, the garden with loud conversations, music, cooking, barbecue, more and more. These are all facts. So if 88th Street is going to be a final site for the memorial, maybe ask the developer to maybe build some type of fountain, waterfall that can curb the views of the loading dock, sanitation removal, and reduce noise from the condo building in the north and the south. We need to move forward. The past could have been that big, beautiful memorial in North Beach Park because of a few vocal people. At the present, we are dealing with 88th Street Memorial. I do not have an issue with the location of the loading dock or the sanitation. I have an issue, a life safety issue, about vehicles exiting onto Collins Avenue and not allowing vehicles to exit on 88th Street when leaving from the new building. We do not need to hear about any more fatalities in Surfside. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Rita Spector, are you sworn in? All right, name and address for the record, please.
Yes, hi, Rita Spector, 204-16 Northeast 34th Court, Aventura.
Excuse me, please be respectful.
Okay.
And you don't know what's his father.
Excuse me, again, please be respectful and don't shout out.
Yeah. My name is Rita Spector. My husband, Sid, and I are returning to Surfside to reside in my childhood home that my family built in 1971. The Champlain Tower tragedy deeply affected our community, the world, and myself personally, as I grew up with and know some of the victims and survivors. When I was here at the last commission meeting, I spoke about the plan in general and the approval or disapproval. So I respectfully declined from continuing because what I prepared was not in accordance with what we're talking about tonight, and I was unaware that it was going to be about the Memorial Park, 88th Street, and the loading dock. What I do hope is that we can all come together as a community, the commissioners, the residents, the developers, and together can forge a path toward of what reflects the values of our community and ensures a brighter future for all of us. Thank you for your time and dedication to our shared community welfare.
Thank you, Mrs. Spector. Commissioner, thank you. Is there anybody else who put in a card that hasn't been called up yet? Mr. Aquero is not speaking tonight. All right. If there's nobody else, I'll be closing public comment.
Through the mayor,
Mrs. Salzauer, sit down.
through the mayor, can I speak? I'd like to make a motion to appeal to the commission to allow Ben Aquario to speak his 3 minutes as a resident.
Commissioner, only the chair can recognize the speaker.
I second.
Again, Commissioner,
You
only
looked
the
at me
chair
and you
can
recognized,
recognize
so can I speak?
That's a speaker. Mr. Aquero is a speaker. Only the chair can recognize the speaker. What the commission can do is extend the speaker's time. What you're asking to do is to recognize the speaker, and only the chair can do that. So Again, if there's no other
So
public
you're not
comments.
gonna let Ben speak
I was
because you
very
had
clear
your
about that.
people at the very end,
All right.
as you do in
Commissioner?
every meeting. You
Commissioner?
leave your people at the end so they can
Commissioner?
give their last words.
At this point, we're going to close public
Wait a
comment.
minute.
We're going to take a 10-minute break
Point-
and come
point
back
of
for
order.
rebuttal. That's the issue.
Yes, it is his
Motion
father.
for a 5-minute recess.
Yes, it is his father.
All right, let's get a recess because it's going.
Motion for a 5-minute recess.
Second, all in favor?
He does this in every single meeting. He leaves his people to speak at the very end so they can come out here and change everything that everybody else said here.
All right, apologize everybody here and watching at home. We'll call this meeting back into order. Madam Clerk, if we could take a roll, please.
Mayor Denzinger,
Present.
Vice Mayor Rose,
Present.
Commissioner Landsman,
Present.
Commissioner Mashai,
Present.
Commissioner Velasquez.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. As is per the process, the developer has a time for rebuttal.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to be very brief. Again, Graham Penn, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. I want to just touch on a couple of items that were mentioned. The garbage pickup, trash pickup, as we discussed, that has been removed from the loading area in this revised plan. And we have no issue whatsoever with not touching 88th Street with the trash. That's a town decision as to where those trucks are going to go. And as we understand from what the manager had said, that is going to be at the far western edge of 88th Street. So since it's under our building, we can pull it out and we can put it anywhere. If it's on Collins Avenue, if it's on 88th Street, that's the town's decision. And we have no issue with that whatsoever. That's issue one. I want to talk a little bit about the road. Because of course, a lot of discussion about how much we're taking, quote unquote, of the right of way. A couple legal issues. Number one, 88th Street is a street. It remains a public street. It's not been vacated. The town doesn't own it. It's an easement in favor of the town for the public. If it was vacated, the land would go back to the adjacent property owners. And of course, and this was touched on earlier by me and by members of the public, right now, under the terms of the county's regulations, that western edge, 50 to 60 feet, depending on where you're measuring it, has to be open as a street, a public street. That will remain whether or not this project goes forward or not, because of the existence of our neighbor to the north. Solara is going to be there. Solara has its entrance on 88th Street. This street has to remain open to traffic, and therefore that minimum has to be maintained. There's nothing that our application is doing to change that or create that situation. That situation is going to exist. So in our extension of that area in a minor fashion to accommodate the loading dock, it's not changing the essential nature that the western edge of that property of the street will remain a traditional street. And it can be, as Judith indicated, I'm sure it will be improved, landscaping, increased pedestrian access, et cetera, but it cannot be closed under the current situation. So that remains reality. Now, as to the central question, what about the location of our loading area for this property? We're in a difficult situation from a process point of view. We can't, and this is what we ran into the issue when we were talking about FDOT before. FDOT so far will not issue any kind of formal determination on any location of anything unless we have the town approval for it first. So we're in a posture where we could not take something to FDOT right now and get them to approve it and know that they would approve it without the town approving it and sending it along. So that's the odd position we're in, and we really can't solve that procedurally at this point. So a couple of other cleanup items. For the purposes of the record, I provided the clerk Commissioner Velasquez's resolution from the 12th related to the Planning and Zoning Board, that failed item that didn't go forward, and Commissioner Maischeid's her op-ed from the Miami Herald. Those are just in the record for purposes of any potential later action. Was there anything else that we?
Excuse me, I didn't hear.
Well,
you were like mumbling at the end. I couldn't hear you.
I apologize for mumbling. Commissioners, please direct your comments to the chair.
in order to.
Naming us directly.
No, well, because.
Commissioners, please direct your comments to the chair.
I'll explain what I've done. To protect our record, I provided the item that you sponsored on the 12th that would admonish the Planning and Zoning Board for their recommendation. And Commissioner Maisha, your op-ed about the street end in the.
What about it?
I
Commissioner,
placed
please
it in the
stop
record.
disrupting the speaker.
I can't hear him.
So go through the chair. You can make a point of privilege and say that you can't hear. That is the process, but please don't disrupt the
Commissioner, I'm
speakers.
sorry, I didn't think I was mumbling that badly. I put it in the record, that's all I did. I gave it to the clerk. The copy of that is in the record of this hearing, that's all. And I just needed to make that, for the purpose of the record, to tell you that I put it. That's it, it's just a technical matter.
You kind of said
Commissioner,
something.
I've said it 4 times.
Point of
Please
inquiry, point of
direct your
record, point
comments
of
to the chair.
privilege. Mr. Mayor, can I speak?
No, the speaker is in the middle of
Okay, I
speaking.
have a point of inquiry.
What is your point of inquiry?
Okay.
Towards the chair, please.
He said, and I kind of heard him say, and if we have to and I guess that's purposely why you're doing it very low,
Not at all.
is because I clearly, I'm almost 100% sure I heard you kind of say that you were going to bring a lawsuit or something against us?
Yes, that's what I heard.
Did you hear that too, Marianne?
Commissioner, this is
I
not
guess
a
I wasn't the only
conversation.
one who
Please
heard it.
have
So
your
can
question.
you clarify that here? How is it?
Sure, I'll clarify.
Okay,
This
To the
is,
please,
chair,
kindly.
through the chair.
this is a quasi.
Mr. Graham, can you please
Sure.
address the commissioner's question?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
This is a quasi-judicial matter, and I need to indicate when I put things in the record that I have. And I have to protect my record and my client's interests in this proceeding. And that's why those 2 documents are in the record. Also wanted to note that, I think I noted this earlier, just in case I wasn't clear about it, our planner's report is in the record as well. That's for Mr. Ressio's point, to make sure that I'm keeping the record clear and making it clear that it's in there.
Okay, but you still didn't answer my
Commissioner,
question.
please
Did you or
stop
did you not say that
interrupting.
you were going to bring the lawsuit?
Commissioner,
No,
please
I
stop
don't-
interrupting the
Okay.
speaker. You will
He
have
didn't
your
answer
time
the
to
question.
rebut.
He
You will
didn't-
have your time.
Okay, but he didn't answer the question.
Commissioner, this is not an
Okay, but
inquiry
I
right now.
understand
He
that you
has
want to
the
protect
legal
your-
ability.
your
Commissioner,
friend,
there is a process
but-
that we follow
or
up here.
employer,
I don't understand why you can't
whichever it
follow
is.
it. But Commissioner,
But please
you are not.
kindly let
Mayor,
him
if I may-
answer
if
the
I may,
question.
I am unable to take notes like this.
All right,
I'm
Commissioner,
sorry.
I need you to behave. Wait until you are recognized, until we
I
have
was
debate,
recognized.
and you
The
can
man
ask
did not
the
answer the
questions.
question.
It is not time for, we're not going
But
to
he's-
interrogate him right now.
he's-
He is allowed to rebut.
He's sending legal
This is a legal
threats out there,
proceeding,
And I
Commissioner.
want him to be clear on the record what he said.
Commissioner, this is a legal
That's all I'm
proceeding.
saying.
He needs to be able to
I
speak.
understand you want to defend
Commissioner,
him,
this is
but
a
that-
legal
but
proceeding. He
he
needs to be
made
able
a
to
legal
speak.
threat.
Commissioner, you are not recognized. Let the speaker
I
speak,
had a point
please.
of inquiry.
Which was answered or was answered
No,
to
it
the best
wasn't
of his
answered. My
ability?
point of inquiry was not answered.
Mr.
As
Mayor, I can
usual,
clarify.
All these attorneys beat around the bush. But go ahead, please kindly, and tell us.
Commissioner, I never threatened to sue the town of Surfside.
Commissioner, you are.
No. And
Commissioners,
and
I don't
wanna make it
understand why
clear-
you aren't understanding the rules. Mr. Penn, please.
Again, you're not directing the correct question. The question
Commissioner,
was,
this
did
is
you or
not
did
an
you
interrogation,
not? No,
Commissioner.
but he
I need you to
made
allow
a
the
threat
speaker to
us.
talk.
Oh, so only you guys are able
Commissioner,
to
I
feel
need you to let the
threatened?
speaker talk,
Excuse me,
Commissioner.
Mr.
Commissioner,
Chief,
please
I feel
follow our
threatened.
rules and
Everybody else feels
be respectful
threatened.
here, Commissioner, and let the man finish speaking. You will have your time to ask your questions, all right? You will have the time.
Again, I made no threat to sue the town, nor did I threaten to sue any individual commissioner. Is that clear? Hopefully that's clear.
Well, you didn't say which, you named Commissioner.
Please don't
Montoya
engage the
and
commissioner with a
myself.
conversation.
Exactly. Again, you're not answering the question.
Commissioner, you are violating our rules. I'm going to ask you to please allow the speaker to speak without being interrupted. Sir, if you keep screaming from the crowd, I'm going to have to remove you as well.
If it helps, I did not in any way threaten to sue you, Commissioner Velasquez, or you, Commissioner Maisha.
Thank you.
So, with that, no, that ends our rebuttal. Of course, we're here for any questions you may have. And, you know, it has been a long night, and it's been a trying night and an emotional night for everyone. And not you, not me. I can assure you, for me, it doesn't matter.
Guys, I know this is a joke to you, but I'm going to ask you all to please be respectful. You're all laughing. Sir, you're all laughing. I'm going to ask you to be respectful. Sir, if you yell, you're going to be removed. Is that understood? Be respectful, Mr. Langesfeld, and respect our proceedings. Respect our proceedings, Mr. Langesfeld, and please remain silent. Thank you. Remain silent. You had your moment to speak. We went through 4 hours of public comment, 5 hours of public comment. There is a process and a procedure I need you to respect. Thank you.
I'll conclude. We're here for any questions, and we'd ask for your approval tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Penn. At this point, I'm going to open it up to commission debate. Mr. Landsman.
The left usually goes first. May I, Mr. Mayor, have the floor for some comments?
You have been recognized, Commissioner.
Thank you. I'd like to make some comments and also make a motion. Thank you to everyone for sharing your thoughts and comments with us. This is not, as we all know, a typical site plan quasi-judicial hearing given the tragic event that happened on this site. 98 souls were lost when the Champlain Tower South collapsed on June 24th, 2021. Families were torn apart in a matter of minutes. Your pain is real, and it will remain with you forever. This commission, myself, this town, and the world continues to grieve with you. The purpose of this hearing is to evaluate the proposed new building for this site. It is frankly not intended to address the proposed memorial that will be built on 88th Street. But in reality, these two developments will be forever linked together. I do give credit to the previous commission for creating a resolution to locate the memorial on 88th Street. Their hearts were certainly in the right place. They may not have fully realized the legal and practical issues we now face as we move forward. I will continue to work to achieve some level of compromise if possible. At the end of this meeting, we will take a vote, yes or no, on the site plan. Some will agree, and some will disagree with the outcome. I hope sincerely that we will continue to engage in dialogue to get to the moment we can open the memorial to all of the families and our Surfside community. Thank you. With that, I'd like to make a motion. It's a motion for discussion, but also for action. And I'm going to ask the town attorneys to perhaps help wordsmith this to make it appropriate for an official motion, resolution for this decision. I'd like to move to approve the site plan with the following conditions. Satisfy all of the conditions stated in the resolution with one additional requirement. Create and submit a code-compliant plan moving the service/loading dock and associated sanitary operations to the southwest corner of the building with access off of Collins Avenue. Just for people's edification, not part of the motion, southwest means it's away from 88th Street, close to where 87th Terrace was, which is now a public access way. So it does that. I'm asking for the loading dock, service area, and sanitation to be moved to the southwest corner of the building. Please, I'm not finished yet. Submit this plan to FDOT, Miami-Dade County, and the town of Surfside for permitting. If approved by all, you will build as such. If permits are not issued, you will have the approval to build as submitted here tonight. The town manager, town attorney, and town planner shall verify these conditions are followed. That's the motion, and
second.
Thank you. What I'd like is, again, Mr. Rescio, I have a second, if you could, perhaps share your thoughts if it needs to be stated differently.
Through the mayor, I need a little time to put this together, so let me work on it well.
So, through the chair, my turn?
Sure.
To be clear, are you saying, which I'm in total agreement with, to move the loading dock to the southwest corner of the property?
May I answer, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
So as has been noted by at least one member of the community, my understanding, and I don't know if our FDOT representative is still here, there is one in the audience. He was here, he may have left, I'm not sure. But long story short, from my understanding of the process, until there is some type of approved site plan, FDOT will not issue permits, which means they approve or disapprove of something in the design. So a site plan is basically required to then be able to have this developer ask for permitting from the FDOT, permitting from the town, permitting if necessary from Miami-Dade County. If we don't have some type of approval, that can't happen next, which needs to happen, frankly. We need to ask FDOT, can this happen on the southwest corner? So yes.
So,
Please excuse me, Commissioner Velasquez. I'm trying to explain this. My request, my expectation is yes, the developer will come back with a plan that will move the loading dock, service area, and all sanitation to the southwest corner of the building with access off Collins. Then they can go and ask FDOT for permitting for this and go forward. Does that clarify?
thank you. Because I did have discussion directly with FDOT, so I could get to the truth and the facts. And they were open to suggestions, but they said it has to come from the developer, DeMock. DeMock has to go to them first. And I'm surprised that, DeMock submitted their plans to us in June, but didn't even go to FDOT until August. But it is true. The developer has to go with them with the plan first. So I'm in full agreement with that.
And again, to clarify, if I may, Mr. Mayor, if there is a vote to approve this site plan with this condition, the developer can then go to FDOT with the revised plan that I hope will be a compromise, and I hope that word is not considered a negative issue, a four-letter word. It's in my thoughts, it's a reason to make everyone here as whole as possible, to move this forward. If it doesn't get approved, we have to come back to this plan because we have to rely on FDOT, Miami-Dade County, and our own town to approve these things. And again, our attorney will help clarify that, but it's to get us to move forward.
And that frees up 88th Street for the memorial.
Again, it's not part of the resolution, but yes, it will.
So that should be included.
It will take away all those services from 88th Street to allow that entire street to be either access for fire department, access for Solara, and then access to our beautiful memorial.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Point of inquiry to the mayor.
Yes,
I'd like to say
Commissioner.
something. Okay. I have a question with your statement, with your request for a motion. Because my troubling part there is when you mention that if they can't get FDOT approval, then they can build whatever they brought here today. And I'm not okay with that because they have not gone to FDOT first. And don't we have an FDOT representative here that can corroborate this information? Because honestly, I think we should, FDOT has been called here with the Planning and Zoning Board, with this commission here today, and honestly, FDOT should have been invited here. They should have been invited here today. And so they could clarify the information that we're constantly getting from FDOT this, FDOT that. I like the way you're going
may
with
I
this.
offer a
The
point of
only problem I
information?
have is, hold on one second.
Sorry, we
The
have a
only problem
privilege
I
motion,
have
Commissioner. We have a point of information.
Is having
Commissioner Lansman, you had a privilege motion.
the FDOT approval.
Point of information for the commissioner. As has been stated, FDOT, the developer does need to go to FDOT, ask for permitting for their plan. They have to have an approved site plan from the commission that says we are allowing them to move forward to get those permitting allowances. Without this, they can't do that, because FDOT will say, we'll have a meeting, we'll listen to you, but we're not going to give you an opinion or a permit because the town has not approved the site plan. This is the first step. I want this to be off of 88th Street. I want 88th Street to be as open as possible for the memorial, for access to the memorial, move the trash. But in reality, if FDOT does not permit this change, and again, I asked Mr. Resio, code compliant, in all earnestness, I'm going to ask our town administration to verify that this was done. We will, I'm certain, have conversations with the developer after tonight. I hope that they will continue to have conversations with us. But this is the next step in the evolution.
But then can you put it, I'm so sorry, can you put it without that condition? That if FDOT doesn't, then let them come back here and we'll look at this again. But to have it conditioned that if FDOT says no, then automatically they get to do this is really not, is not good.
Point of information, if FDOT says no for whatever reason, they still have to have some approval to move forward. I believe they've made some accommodations. I believe they've done some addressing. By right, they have, as the owner of the property, the ability, they have the right to build a property there. So I'm saying make this change with all best efforts. If FDOT has explained that they are more flexible, they're more understanding, great. Let's see what they say when this developer goes to get permits. But we need to give them an approval. So I want to stay with that and have this be the decision that this commission makes that we can move forward with.
I second.
I already did.
We have seconds.
I already did second.
Excuse me, Mrs. Salzauer. Mr. Vice Mayor, you have a comment, or?
I have a lot of comments.
Oh, boy. Tony, you have something prepared,
Do
or?
you want me to pick it up?
She already
This
went.
is my stab at it, I think. This is what I heard. The applicant shall prepare a revision to the site plan to relocate loading access and sanitary operations to the southwest portion of the property to be accessed from Collins Avenue in a manner that complies with the town code, subject to confirmation of compliance and approval by town staff, and any other applicable regulations, and shall present such revision to FDOT and Miami-Dade County, parentheses, to the extent their review is required, period. Next sentence. If FDOT and Miami-Dade County, to the extent their review is required, grants a non-conditioned approval, the applicant shall incorporate the revision into the plans presented for building permit, and the town shall recognize the plans as so amended. Next part.
Good with seconding that.
Yeah, I'm almost done. If FDOT and the county do not grant a non-conditioned approval, applicant shall be relieved of this obligation and may proceed to building permit with the plans approved by this resolution, subject to all other conditions of the resolution. 88th Street shall be maintained free of building services. I think, was that part of your motion, or? Shall be maintained free of building services except emergency and utility services.
Well said. Thank you for making my words into legal words, but we are asking them to make this change, get it permitted, have this decision made today so that they can move forward, and it does not need to come back to the commission, does not need to come back to P&Z, so that this process can move forward. In addition, we will be aggressively moving forward with the plans for the memorial, RFQ, RFPs, et cetera, so we'll be able to move forward.
I'm fine with that second.
Sir, please have a seat. Sir, please have a seat. Sir, please have a
Point.
seat and stop calling out.
Point of inquiry.
Yes, Commissioner.
So you're saying
Commissioner,
it's-
please direct your point of inquiry to the chair.
through the chair.
To the chair.
I just want to be clear that you're putting this in the hands of FDOT now. If they don't approve it, then this current proposal goes through? Is that what you're saying?
Sir, I'm going to ask you again to please stop calling out.
So we don't have a vote on this?
The vote is tonight. FDOT is, for all of us here, FDOT is the wild card. We don't know FDOT. We don't.
You can't do that.
Commissioner, please let him respond.
We need to be able to let the developer go to FDOT to fight for this, to get approval for this. And hopefully FDOT will be flexible, will
But
be
then why wouldn't you
understanding.
want them
Commissioner,
to
can
come
you let
back
him
over
talk,
here,
please?
Fred?
Commissioner?
What's the point of not letting them come back here
Commissioner,
and present
can you
their,
please wait until
their
you're
findings to
recognized
the
before you
commission?
scream?
Why is it
Commissioner.
that you don't want that to happen?
Commissioner, I know you
Because
hear
you want to
me.
ensure
Commissioner, can you please
that they
wait
get
until you are
what
recognized
they've
before you speak?
probably
Commissioner, I'm
paid
going to say
for.
this again. Please respect our rules and wait until you're recognized before you speak, okay? Thank you. Thank you.
Just point of inquiry one more time. Why wouldn't you just promote the southwest corner? And if FDOT does not find a suitable plan, have them come back and with the same presentation, and that we can talk about? Because obviously what we've heard tonight is everyone wants the loading dock off of 88th Street, which is what you're proposing. But it's, now you're leaving it in the hands of FDOT, who is not even here, who can't respond, and you're letting the vote take place for what we have in front of us when we haven't had a discussion. But what we want is the southwest corner, no loading dock, and leaving 88th Street free. And why do you have to load the motion with the fact that it's all in FDOT's hands and the developer shouldn't just come back again and with a presentation?
They just did the presentation.
Well, then-
that's what their
I
preference
have
is.
problems with their current presentation, but I
That
like
is what the
what you're
discussion is about,
proposing.
Commissioner. That is what the discussion
But
here
you,
tonight is
Mr.
about.
Mayor, are not supposed to be steering anything here. If we have to read here
Commissioner, I need-
Robert's rules,
Commissioner, please stop interrupting,
43.29
Commissioner.
says you cannot
Commissioner,
be
please stop
talking here.
interrupting.
And you cannot be
Commissioner,
steering this
please
meeting.
stop interrupting.
Good about it.
Okay, so you talk about talking Robert's rules and you haven't
Commissioner,
even read them
please stop
yourself.
interrupting the
You read
process,
what's
Commissioner.
comfortable for you.
Commissioner,
Point of
please stop
information,
interrupting.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Clerks, can you take notes right now?
Unable to.
All right, if we can't take notes, we're going to have to take another recess and drag this on all night. So, Commissioner, I'm going to ask you to please refrain from calling out. Sir, if you call out one more time, I'm going to have you in the back room watching this meeting. Is that understood?
Is this being recorded, yes or no?
Commissioner?
It is, so
I'm
then
gonna
people
ask you
can sit
again, Commissioner,
tomorrow
to stop
and listen to
interrupting.
this meeting and take the notes from there.
Commissioner,
Unable to when more than one commissioner is speaking, sorry.
All right, we're going to have to take another recess then. Commissioner, can we proceed with our task at hand, or are you going to keep interrupting?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you going to allow us to continue, or are you going to keep interrupting?
Yeah, I'm letting you continue.
Again, will you stop interrupting this process, please?
Okay, but then stop lying to residents that.
Commissioner, are you going to stop interrupting, or do we need another break? Do we need another break? Commissioner, do we need another break, or are you going to allow people to have a conversation up here?
Yes, we do need another break.
Okay, Chief, please take this person and move him to the back room to watch the remainder of this meeting. All right? I have asked you multiple times. You think this is a circus here for you to scream and yell. All right, go sit in the back. Go sit in the back, sir. Thank you. Again, Commissioner, are you going to allow us to proceed?
I thought we were going to take a break.
Are you going to allow us to proceed, or do you need a break to calm down?
I think we need a break.
All
Yes,
right,
let's take a
5 minutes.
5-minute
Thank you.
break.
Can we get a
Thank
motion
you.
for a 5-minute recess?
I make a motion for a 5-minute break.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Stay for the whole meeting, Mr. Mayor.
right, everybody have a seat, please. We're on? All right. All right. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please? We're calling this meeting back into order.
Mayor Danziger,
Present.
Vice Mayor Rose,
Present.
Commissioner Mashine,
Present.
Commissioner Lansman,
Present.
Commissioner Velasquez,
Here.
Mayor Harcourt.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner.
In my discussion, I was so excited about the southwest corner, I didn't catch that nuance at the end. Can I just continue my discussion?
Do you want to hear
Because-
the nuance at the end? Should I have the attorney repeat the
No,
motion?
no. I understand it now, and then I'm changing my discussion.
Okay, it's a discussion.
I mean,
It's ongoing, Commissioner.
Okay, so I would definitely be in favor of the southwest corner, removing the loading dock and freeing up 88th Street for the memorial, as we heard here tonight, everyone wants. But I wish you would take off the back end of the discussion, because I don't think, because we're really not leaving it in FDOT's hands, we're leaving it in the hands of the developer. We're leaving it in his hands to go to FDOT and propose something that we don't know is going to satisfy the representation of doing it in the southwest corner. So I would be all for that, but I would, if that doesn't pass tonight, I have serious problems with the current, I have some concerns. I mean, the commission was elected to legislate, and in this case, judge for the town. We must be informed and listen. We are not elected to play both sides of the fence with options and choices. We are here to make tough decisions. Tonight, we listen to evidence, the facts, and uphold the best interest of our town, as guided by our code and comprehensive plan. Tonight, we see a site plan that looks beautiful from the outside. Yes, it does. But I'm concerned about the organization. We start with the criteria for approval. The number one point in the criteria does the proposal conform to the comprehensive plan and zoning code? It does not. It does not meet the 10% side setback requirement on the south. It does not meet the FEMA flood code and the current FEMA flood map today. The underground garage is not allowed today. The lobby level is at 7 feet 4 inches NGVD and must be at 10 feet NGVD today. And bullet point number 6, most importantly, reads, is the proposal consistent with community character in the immediate neighborhood, and is it congruous with the neighboring improvements and surroundings? I think Lindsay LaCour mentioned this as well. No, it is not. The neighboring improvements include the proposed memorial immediately to the north. The loading dock anywhere along this stretch is incompatible. An alternate on Collins Avenue is available to the applicant. Public agencies have all said this is possible. However, the developer has never proposed this plan to FDOT. The loading dock must be moved off Collins. I'll go into a little bit more detail. The loading dock does not have to be on 88th Street. This is just not an ordinary street. This street was dedicated for a memorial as stated in Resolution 22-2853 by the former commission. I have talked directly with the state, Miami-Dade County agencies that are involved, and there are easy solutions, but the town of Surfside has not pursued them. Secondly, for some reason, our town has interpreted our code in an ordinance 21-1716 from the last commission that states a 10% side setback to read 10 feet instead of 10%. And the site plan before us uses 10 feet, not 20 feet. A letter has been signed by the previous commission and submitted to the town for the record, probably not for a lawsuit, with the intentions with their intentions and the ordinance they passed. It says 10%. Not once did the town attorney tell them otherwise, and on several occasions told them 10%. And third, I am concerned that the site plan does not meet code because it is currently in an AE flood zone, a high hazard zone. They hope FEMA will change the flood map, and so they show an underground parking in this plan, which you cannot have in an AE flood zone. With the worsening climate changes that we have experienced with flooding, how can our town overlook this matter? This is another disaster waiting to happen and does not meet code today. Therefore, I cannot approve this plan as it stays today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Velasquez, do you have any comments?
Oh, yeah, I got plenty of comments. Okay, first I want to say the building is beautiful. I cannot say anything bad about this building other than the loading dock. I love the design. I like everything that you guys brought to the commission. I just wish that you guys would have a heart and understand what is really at stake here. And it was very disappointing to hear the attorney's rebuttal that clearly everything that you guys heard here for the past 3-4 hours absolutely meant nothing. Okay, so moving right along. I have a couple of questions and a couple of comments. Okay, on plan number BC 500, and I want to make this for the record, we have here that you will be doing all your construction from 88th Street. That's another unacceptable situation. Don't know why our I guess maybe our town manager didn't catch that, or our town planner didn't catch that, or our other planner here, or our attorneys didn't catch that. But that, where is it? This clearly shows that at the end of 88th Street, this is where you will be bringing in your trucks. If we're gonna pass this, I'm okay with passing this as long as the loading dock is on the other side, and they're not doing any work on Collins, on 88th Street, that all the work they're doing it from Collins Avenue. I also believe that the proffers that you're giving, the $1.5 million, should not be given in kind. You should give this town the money. You write a check and you give it to the town and let the town take care of the memorial when we decide that the memorial will be ready to start being built. Not the developer coming here and telling us you're gonna give us some trees and some pavers and this and this and that, which probably will cost you, as one of our residents said, probably $300,000-$400,000 instead of $1.5 million. So I'm not okay with that either. There was other things. But the biggest thing here is to not allow the loading dock on 88th Street. And as Commissioner Meischeid said, and Lindsay LaCour, clearly these plans do not meet our town code. I don't understand how for our town planner, it does meet code when it clearly doesn't. And having heard for many months how people feel about this property, to just overlook that is unacceptable. And knowing that this part of the code would clearly force them to move their loading dock somewhere else and not bring that to the attention of the commission is unacceptable. Okay. I had written a whole bunch of notes and now, I'm sorry. I had written a bunch of things here, now I can't find what I thought. Okay. I mean, even talking about the solution about putting this in a ramp, I mean, maybe that same ramp could be built on the other side. It doesn't need to be built here. I mean, basically, the bottom line here is that this loading dock cannot stay on 88th Street. This street was set aside for the memorial for the 98 beautiful souls that passed away on June 24, 2021. And these families have come here time and time again to plead for what was promised to them. I mean, we shouldn't even be having this discussion. First of all, this plan was brought here prematurely because this plan doesn't meet the FEMA zoning. I mean, you can't build this parking lot the way it is. So why are we even seeing this plan here if we're supposed to see this once it completely meets our code? Why is this being brought to the commission? And I'd like that question answered, because if clearly it doesn't meet our code, why would you bring this here? Why would you allow them to come here? Because honestly, this is not about denying the building, because like I said first, the building is beautiful. Just do the right thing and move that to the other side, and it's a simple thing. And to lie to people that FDOT this and FDOT that, and nobody comes and invites FDOT here. We invite the Miami-Dade County Public Works people, but we don't invite FDOT, which is supposedly the most important ones here to get this plan passed. That's unacceptable. FDOT should have been in this meeting, especially that their name is being thrown around all over the place. It was talked about during the P&Z meeting, which they lied to the P&Z, and they made their decision, their recommendation based on those lies, and that's not right. And then to come here and continue to talk about FDOT, and FDOT this, and FDOT won't allow me to do this, but nobody has sat down with FDOT. So honestly, if you're gonna pass this motion, if you're gonna bring this motion to the table, I would so hope that you take out that last part, Fred, because it's gonna do a lot more damage than it's gonna help. And honestly, if we have to come back here and sit here and listen to this all over again, if they can't, they can go over there and say they made a mistake, they didn't send this right, an infinite number of things could happen, and you're giving them the power from here. I mean, I'm okay with this without that provision, and also that the other things that they're doing here will not happen. They cannot bring in their trucks on 88th Street. They cannot use that. If they're gonna give $1.5 million, you give us the $1.5 million and let the town decide how they're gonna spend the $1.5 million on the memorial. Because what they're doing is giving $400,000 to beautify their street. So I really reach out to you, Fred, because you are the swing vote, and that you think in your heart how this is going to affect all these families, and how honestly, just let them come back. Listen, we've had meetings here that have been ridiculous. I mean, coming here for a charter review thing that was nothing that actually improved our charter or made our charter stronger, but a bunch of ridiculous questions that honestly have already been voted on. So why can't we come back here again and have another meeting and listen to them once they've been able to go to FDOT and confirm whatever it is that they have to say? I mean, I'm sure we'll all have meetings. I myself will call FDOT myself. Marianne will call FDOT, and I'm sure that you can call FDOT and get the truth directly from FDOT, and not have them here giving us stories that have already been lies to our P&Z committee. I mean, that was just not right for the developer to stand here under oath and tell us, and the videos all over the internet, tell us, FDOT will not allow us to move this loading dock. That was false, it was a lie, and it's unacceptable. So I again ask you, Fred, to please change your motion to withdraw that piece out of the motion. And if you need a second on your motion, because I'm sure that Jeff over here is not gonna second it, I'll second it. And also think about the money. The money should be coming to the town. All this money, and oh my God, I almost forgot the most important part. Those $3 million that they want to put in the general fund, you guys say that you're for the residents and that you want to fix problems. Let's take those $3 million and earmark them for the, now we don't want to call it the Abbott Avenue Drainage Project. Let's call it the town drainage project, because we're short $3 million to do this beautiful project that will fix all these flooding problems, or at least 90% of these problems in town. That money should not be going to the general fund, which could potentially be used for a tennis center when our residents need this flooding problem fixed. This money should go to the, what did I say? The drainage project, yes, the flooding problem. Thank you. So that, I ask you to please think about that, Fred, and think about the consequences of your vote and the things that you do here. This is not about not approving this project, because it's not about that. It's about this loading dock, and once this loading dock is moved, we will approve this. I myself will say yes, and have a wonderful congratulations to our developers here for bringing such a beautiful project, because it really is beautiful. But I'm sorry, I can't. You can't do that, Fred. Please. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Wow. Mr. Vice Mayor, floor is yours.
Before I do my pre-written speech to start, I mean, clearly it's obvious, some people just keep on kicking the can down the curb. Thank you, Mr. Lansman, for your motion, because I think it actually gave everyone what they said they wanted. They wanted the loading dock off, and if it's legally allowed to be located off, it will be. If not, the site's plan approved and moving forward. It was pretty simple, pretty black and white. But I'm gonna, since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, and through the mayor, if it's okay, Commissioner Maishai made a statement that, so first of all, our town planner says this meets code, our town attorney says this meets code, we've heard from the applicant that this meets code. Commissioner Maishai says it doesn't meet code, so I'd like to know, do you have a opinion letter from an attorney? Do you have an opinion letter from a town planner? Or are you just making a blanket statement without something to enter into the record? Because this is a judicial hearing. So I just wanted to know if you had something.
Yeah, but the judicial is towards the developer.
Commissioner Velasquez, the question wasn't directed to you. Again, please don't disrupt.
Who's in court? Who's on trial here? You're always doing this to me. I mentioned that in the criteria, the current flood plan does not meet code. They're hoping that in the future, FEMA will allow them to. And what happens if they don't? And there's.
So I'll make so you don't have a town attorney letter, or sorry, a letter from an attorney or a town planner?
We don't have money to pay an outside
Commissioner
attorney.
Velasquez, please stop interrupting.
You have your own money.
Well, let me go to our flood planner.
Well, I got one for you.
Our town flood plan director.
So I'm gonna answer for you.
He said it himself.
I asked for a particular person to go to, and he didn't have it. He just gave me.
So I'm going to talk about FEMA right now, because that's what you want to talk about. First of all, if you read our development order, it doesn't say site plan application. It says building permit application. This applicant must have by FEMA that approval, not us. That's going to be by FEMA. If not, they're not getting a building permit from our building official, not the site plan. Secondly, these guys are smart. They're not very stupid. And I can tell you, all they're going to have to do at this point, if all of a sudden FEMA goes, oh, it's not allowed, they're going to either put a small commercial restaurant in there, or they could put a religious use in there, and guess what? It's a mixed-use commercial, and the FEMA problem goes away. So this is a very simple workaround, and I'm not going to just keep delaying this and delaying this and delaying this for political. I'm making a statement. I'm just making a statement. I'm not asking.
Commissioner, nobody interrupted you. Please let the Vice Mayor speak.
You were asking me.
Before. I finished that.
Commissioner Velasquez, nobody interrupted you. Please let him
The
speak.
building director told me that as of today, it doesn't meet FEMA, as he told the developer. The developer knows that it does not meet FEMA plans. And so why are we going through that? So that means it doesn't meet code today. The condition is in the future.
In the building permit, not the site plan. It doesn't say site plan, it says building permit.
Well, FEMA's part of your.
Commissioner Velasquez, I'm going to ask you again. Nobody interrupted you. Please show the same respect for your fellow commissioners.
This was the response of the building director, and I don't know, where is he? Is he here?
So, no, I'm going to read the rest of my statement now.
Well, who is your statement from?
No, Mike, well, it was a question if you had an opinion from an attorney letter or another town planner
I don't
letter.
need an attorney. I went to our building director.
And they disagreed with you, as did our town planner and town attorney. So I threw the cross check.
All right,
No,
ladies and
he said
gentlemen.
it didn't meet code today.
Commissioner Velasquez, please stop interrupting.
He said it did
Commissioner
not meet
Velasquez,
code
please stop
today.
interrupting.
It was conditional.
I first
And
want
I
to,
am saying it doesn't meet code today, which is what he said.
Okay.
It's conditional.
okay. Yes, this whole thing is conditional agreement. I just want to thank everyone for taking the time to be here. I also want to thank residents and family members that have emailed me about this site. Although I was not able to respond to all of them, I read them and took your words into consideration. I know that it's not easy being here and having to talk about or listen to such a painful topic. My job as a commissioner includes doing what is best for our town and all of our residents. My decision will be based on that tonight. Please understand that I have zero connection to this developer. Anyone that says that I'm making a decision for the developer for personal gain has no factual basis to say such a thing, because there is none. Tonight is not about politics. While I cannot say the same for others, I have not and will not ever use the CTS tragedy for political purposes or gain. I can assure you that if it were about politics, I would have already made up my mind to shut down this project. And I would have sent out email blasts, gone on the evening news, and sent out next door posts saying so, because that may be perceived as being the right decision. But it's about more than that.
Wife is a moderator.
We
Commissioner
have
Velasquez,
rules.
please stop interrupting. Everybody showed you the courtesy to let you talk. Please extend that courtesy to your fellow commissioners.
We have rules, we have a code. I'm going to do my job and listen to everything that is presented tonight. But I cannot base a decision just on emotion. I want to be respectful of the families and the memorial that they deserve, but I also want to be mindful of the legal process that we have in place. My concern is our ability as a town to deny this project if it does meet all legal requirements. My concern is legal ramifications if we don't make the proper decisions. The stakes are very high, and we will be vulnerable to extensive legal damages if this is not done properly. Could we lose the community center, park, or whatever other valuable assets our small town has? Could we personally be sued for being negligent in our duties? Mr. Rescio, through the mayor, could you please let me know if there any part of this application that does not meet code?
So let me answer that. The provision in the code says development as proposed conforms to the comprehensive plan and the zoning code. You have substantial competent evidence already in the record that it does. That's what this says. Now, you have this other provision regarding a FEMA provision, which is not in our zoning code. Okay? It is referenced in our comprehensive plan. There is a condition in this approval that would require this be resolved prior to building permit.
But
That's
it's not
what the
in our
condition
zoning
says.
code.
That's what the condition says.
Commissioner,
It
this
not-
is
it's
the
referenced
vice
in the
mayor's turn.
comprehensive plan. It is not, what the comprehensive plan says is it requires that development shall not be undertaken without meeting this. So
Thank you.
if there's a condition that says you can't move forward without it, development will not be undertaken by it. I can absolutely tell you. You got it.
Can I keep going, Commissioner
No.
Velasquez? Please. Thank you. Could you clarify for the record for everyone here, who owns 88th Street?
88th Street is,
Yes.
88th Street is a right-of-way, okay? What that means, a right-of-way is tantamount to, it's, a right-of-way is tantamount to an easement, okay? It was.
Let me be more, does Surfside self-regulate the street?
Okay. Surfside has the right-of-way.
Right.
Traffic jurisdiction is controlled by Miami-Dade County, okay? That's very clear. That's section 2-96.1.
Is it controlled by FDOT?
What's that?
Is it controlled by FDOT?
88th Street?
Some of the rules with the lights and everything?
They have to do intersection coordination, but
Okay.
the traffic control is under the jurisdiction of Miami-Dade County.
So whether Surfside owns the street, we still need to comply with those rules and regulations, the county.
You would have to comply with the county. You would not be permitted to change things without county approval.
If we do so, could there be ramifications?
There have been in the past.
Okay, and the reason I
The town
ask,
has done it.
because this may seem out of there, but would it be appropriate legally to make a resolution tonight to close off in Gate 88th Street by adopting a resolution tonight? If we did that, would there be possible ramifications? Can we just make a resolution without FDOT's approval?
The town doesn't have the authority to just do that. The town can pursue it, but it's up to the county to say yes.
Like the town closed off, made a
Correct.
resolution without,
Correct.
when the town made the resolution in January or 2021, did they seek FDOT's approval?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Have you been presented with any opinions or suggestions from anyone's commissioners, residents regarding how this plan doesn't meet code or how we could legally prevent this developer from moving forward?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the
Okay.
question? Commissioner Velasquez was asking me a question.
Have you been presented with any opinions or suggestions from anyone, commissioners, residents, regarding how this plan does not meet code or how we could legally prevent the developer from moving forward with these plans that meet our current code? Have you heard anything tonight that would give us a legal and valid means to deny this application?
So there's a couple questions in that. The
Yeah.
first thing, I've heard all kinds of comments regarding how this plan doesn't meet code. I am not aware of any official pronouncement, but I have heard all kinds of comments. The second part, in terms of how to take action on this approval, you have criteria. It's on the first page of the town staff recommendation. They're all there, 1 through 7. Those are your criteria. That's what you should be applying. Under any decision, you should apply it that way.
Are there any provisions of the code that grant the commission the discretion to vote no on an application that meets code? Discretion.
You have the discretion to apply these criteria. You have to apply those criteria based on, so
Yeah.
this is all in the context of whether this, what the probabilities would be on an appeal.
Yes.
Of whoever wins or loses, right? So there are 3 factors that go into that analysis. One was was due process afforded. Number 2, did they apply the right law? That's this criteria. Were we applying the right law? Okay, in coming to your decision. And number 3, was there substantial competent evidence on the record? That's the substantial competent evidence that I talk about. I know I read that thing many times. We can tune it out, but it's important to have that in the record. You have to act on substantial competent evidence applying these criteria. That's that.
Commissioner, let the Vice Mayor finish.
Point of information through the mayor.
That's point of inquiry, not point of
Point of
information.
inquiry through the mayor, since we're talking about this 90.20.
No, your point of inquiry has to be directly related to what was just said, if you need
And it is.
clarification.
It is.
Not that you take the floor, so please ask your question, I will judge it accordingly.
I'm going right here. I'm going right here. On this 90.20.
Commissioner, nobody mentioned 92.0.
But he's quoting it. That's the criteria
You
he's
need to
talking
ask
about.
for clarification on what was just said.
Okay,
If you
I'm
want the
asking
floor,
for
just wait until it is your turn again,
clarification
Commissioner.
Where Lindsay LaCour mentioned the congruity with the development.
Commissioner, Lindsay
unfavorable for
LaCour did not
trucks in
speak
and
right
out,
now.
Which are part of,
All right.
would that be a basis to deny this project based on the fact that this loading dock is not favorable for our
Tony, this is
town?
not a valid privilege motion. I'm going to ask you to continue your conversation with the Vice Mayor.
think my question is
Mrs.
gonna be very
Velasquez,
helpful.
if you want to wait until you are recognized again, you can ask your
I
questions.
think this is going to be very helpful, Commissioner Velasquez. Is there any part of the zoning code that requires the loading dock to be relocated?
There is no requirement in the zoning code directing where the loading dock has to be located, other than it be on private property.
But there is a part in the code
Commissioner Velasquez,
that
please
says
stop
if it's
interrupting.
unfavorable, then it would be a grounds to deny.
Through the chair, a comment was made by Geraldo Veladowski, I'm sorry about your last name, that if the town had ever reached out to AD 801 about the site, about relocating their driveway, could you clarify for the record, because I know you did reach out to them.
Through the chair, if I may, the town did have a meeting with property to the north and being referenced by the vice mayor. Do you wish to know anything more about the meeting?
Do they agree to sell it to us so they can relocate their driveway?
No, the town, through the mayor, through the chair, the town met with the property to the south, the property manager. We explained to them the situation with 88th Street in totality as it's been discussed in various forms. The property manager will be having a discussion internally, since it is a timeshare. She is not the ultimate say, but ultimately, what was definitive is if any changes to the north side, they haven't agreed to, and the town would have to absorb any costs. But as right now, it does not fit the needs of their buildings to modify that.
Thank you.
That was the
Thank you.
statement.
Yeah, so I know you did reach out to them, so thank you. Jose, if you could pull something up on one of the presentation page.
Oh, what? I
Part of the-
sent a message to the town clerk today,
Commissioner.
It's
and I
part-
asked if anything was
Commissioner.
going to be presented from
Commissioner, you're
anyone
not
from the commission,
recognized.
and she wrote back
Commissioner,
saying
you are
no.
not recognized.
It's
The
part
vice
of the
mayor has the
presentation.
floor.
You don't let people finish
What
sentences.
presentation?
What the
You're not here
developer
to-
gave. I want to re-look at a piece of information. You don't let people finish their sentences because you rudely interrupt.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about something different.
No, you should actually listen
Sorry.
for once.
Okay, I apologize on that one.
Page 9, please, of the commission presentation.
We don't know.
If you let him finish, Commissioner, you'll hear.
That's actually, that one works right there. You can leave that, that's the same sheet reference. Oh, there it was, okay. So 88th Street is somewhere I go 4 to 5 times a week. I run there, I go with my family to the beach. So what I wanted to point out, that with the site plan, there were always gonna be beach access. There's gonna be traffic driving along Collins, there's gonna be a condo timeshare building to the north with a pool and jacuzzi located. It's used by tourists, it's right there. It's a spring break place. Everyone keeps looking to the right at where the new site's gonna be. The pool deck, and I hate to be so blunt about this, but I heard Pizzo speak last night and he's pretty blunt and direct. The pool deck, the pool, the jacuzzi area, it's in the heart of the memorial. I know we're worried about the loading dock, which is located outside of the memorial area, nowhere near the pool. But I want everyone to be aware, the building will have to have a sanitation loading dock. We can't stop that. We're gonna try and relocate it to the southwest corner. If not, what Commissioner Lansman said, the site plan meets code. It has to be safe for our sanitation workers and in compliance with certain regulations. There's no way around that. This is unfortunately the best we're gonna get. I wish we could do better, but at the end of the day, that is a private property located to the north, and I want everyone to be very clear. It's what you're gonna be seeing on the Champlain Tower site, the DeMock site, the new building site over there for this town is gonna be completely different than what you're gonna be seeing on the north side. I know it's not what everybody wants here, but everyone needs to see this and take this image, because the mayor and I took heat. We on July 25th, it was brought forward to a lot of people that were here. We could have relocated the building, got the footprint on site, potentially even relocated the loading dock, but it wasn't wanted because the building would have went straight and got more different location of units, and unfortunately we don't have that here. So all we're looking at now is a memorial that is only gonna be in this location. I wish it could be more than 13,000 square feet that we saw. We had that opportunity. We didn't have the support from the crowd or the members of the family. And what we're looking left is gonna be here. And at the end of the day, the site to the south is gonna be a quiet site, landscaped, and it's gonna integrate very well. But the site to the north, at the end of the day, it's a pool place, it's a spring bay place, there's jacuzzis there, there's people that are there to have a good time. The quiet memorial will happen on the south side, but you need to really be aware of what's on the north side because it's right there. And I hate to be blunt about it, but the memorial is gonna be a beautiful place when it gets completed, but it will always have that aspect that there is a private property to the north, and it's already been talked about by some people that there's already been looking for it to be developed. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but you never know because it's not a max size building and we know what happens in this town. But look where that pool is, and that's why I wanted to pull this up, because I don't want anyone to be surprised that the loading dock is gonna be used minimally. The sanitation, 5 minutes a day. But what you're seeing there with the pool, the jacuzzi, the amount of people coming to the beach is gonna be there.
That's not trash.
Commissioner Velasquez, please don't interrupt.
I'm sorry.
I know I've said this to you many times, and I know you're aware of the rules. Nobody interrupted you. Please show that same respect. If you understand it, then please act accordingly. Commissioner, he's in the middle of talking. Commissioner, nobody interrupted you. Please extend that same courtesy to your fellow commissioners. Thank you.
The sanitation workers, we need to keep them safe. They're gonna be picking up our trash. We're not gonna put them onto Collins Avenue. There is,
Why do you put them on the other?
Commissioner, I just told you something. I'm asking you
If they
again
don't
to
have a
respect our
choice.
rules and your fellow commissioners and let him talk, Commissioner.
it's safer to put them there, and I actually care about our employees. Now, I just wanna say, Commissioner Landsman, I support the motion that you did, because I don't wanna be seeing this month after month after month. We've gone through this site, we've analyzed this site, people have spoken on this site. Anything we do, it's always something else. First, it was the 10%. Then first it was don't build on a third of the site, then it was the 10%, then it was this, then it's that. It's always something. Not gonna say never enough, it's an unfortunate situation that we're in, but there's always a new angle to try and come up with something to keep this building from being prevented. This is a legally conforming building.
Preventing the building from being built.
And if like you said, if the loading dock could be relocated to the southwest corner, that is, I don't think it's the safest, but if FDOT is gonna allow that, then great. If not, I am comfortable with how you said I'm moving forward with this.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. First of all, very well said. I think you addressed all the concerns and issues and definitely a lot of the things that were spoken about here today. Commissioner Landsman, thank you for your motion. I mean, we sat here for hours listening how people wanted to move the loading dock and the trash receptacle and the sanitation pickup from this corner. But we all know it ultimately is required by FDOT to approve such a plan. So what you brought forward is like what you said. It's very simple. If it's allowed to be done, that plan will be brought forward and FDOT will approve it. If it's not, they get what they get by right. And let's be very clear, it is private property and they'll be able to get that. But I think what you did should satisfy the crowd here today because there's not much else we can do. You can't decline the plan. If FDOT says no to this, what are we gonna do? We're gonna go through this again and the same exact plan is gonna come forward. So we're gonna approve it, or the motion was to approve. This is a conditional use, conditional approval, which means it's approved on condition of X. And there's multiple conditions that were brought forward. One of them now is to make sure that the developer first takes the plan to move the refuse collection and the loading dock to the southwest corner. I think that's what everybody here was asking for. This is the best they can get.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, one more. In one of the many breaks, and then a comment about Commissioner Velasquez. There are two things I'd like to add, if I can, to this motion, if Mr. Resio will allow. I don't disagree, Commissioner Velasquez, that we should instruct the construction vehicles access should be through Collins. Yes. I think that's not unreasonable. Collins is the facing. Now there's got to be obviously protections and staging. I don't know. But that's going to be a general contractor.
Point of information, is that with FDOT's approval?
Does FDOT have to approve
Why does FDOT have to
construction
do with
vehicle
the-
Commissioner Velasquez, Commissioner Velasquez,
Point of
please
information,
stop
this is
interrupting.
for a town manager or Commissioner Landsman.
Wow, you see,
If-
he wants to put all that trucks on 88th Street.
Commissioner Velasquez, please let them speak, Commissioner.
Wow.
If it can be done by our town code and/or if FDO.
Commissioner Velasquez, please stop interrupting, Commissioner Velasquez. Commissioner Velasquez, please stop interrupting. Commissioner Velasquez, you are out of order. I'm going to ask you again to please respect your fellow commissioners and allow them to talk, just like we sat here quietly when you spoke.
I'd like to add this, if the right authorities approve this, that yes, we have construction vehicle access, egress and entry and exit via Collins, and if that allows us to do work earlier for the memorial, that'll be an advantage to us all. So let's add that to the motion. And then one other thing that was requested, and I'm not sure we need to, but I'll ask the town manager, town attorney, we want to hold this developer accountable for actually requesting a viable solution if they move this. Those that might be suspicious might say, well, they'll do something that will be not approvable. FDOT will say no, and they've got what they want. I'd like to think that people have morals and ethics, but that's perhaps.
Excuse me, Mrs. Salzauer, please refrain from yelling from the crowd.
That's my ambition. So what I'd like to add is that, and again, my understanding is this developer will have to submit a plan to show the movement of the loading dock and sanitation to the southwest. That becomes public record. Is that not correct, Mr. Manager and Mr. Attorney? That's public record, right?
Anything submitted.
Anything submitted has to be public record. So that request, that redesign will be available to anyone in the public who wants to see that. What I'd also like to add is that any communication, any then permitting approval or denial from FDOT be also made public record, so that can be viewed by all of us to say, what did the conversation take place? Did FDOT approve these permits? Again, my suspicion is it's going to be public record regardless of my request for this motion. Is that correct, Mr. Attorney and/or Mr. Manager?
Through the mayor. Through the mayor, that's correct. At this point, I believe various elected officials have contacted FDOT directly, so the quality of that process, I believe, has enough checks and balances in play.
But Fred, please, I just have.
As the second, I'm
Fred,
okay with that.
Please, just just take off the part and let's come back here and listen to this again.
Commissioner, I have a
if they
privilege
don't
motion on
get
the
it.
table. Commissioner, point of information. Commissioner Maisha, go ahead.
So, in my direct conversation with FDOT, because of the misrepresentation at the P&Z meeting, they said they can work with the developers. So what happens if they say, no, you got to do this and come back? Are you saying it's just one shot? Or, I mean, there could be, I mean, this is the way it goes, back and forth, so.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I know this is difficult.
I don't think we should leave
I'm
it
sorry.
to just like one shot. It should just,
I'm not, if I may through the mayor, I'm not sure what you're suggesting, one shot. The requirement is to bring a code compliant plan to the town and then to FDOT to ask for their permitting with an approved site plan. That's what the requirement is.
But Fred, why do you have to add the part of if it's not approved by FDOT, automatically you're giving them the approval here?
Commissioner Velasquez, you're not
I think that you should
recognized.
bring that
Commissioner
back.
Velasquez, you are not recognized.
I think that
I'm going to
should
ask
be
you to
brought
obtain the
back.
floor before
I'm
you
asking you
start
to
speaking.
please consider that.
please.
Commissioner, you are not
What's the
recognized.
difference? I mean, we've been here for many meetings.
I don't know why we have a chair. Commissioner, you're not
What's the
recognized. I'm going to
difference,
ask you to
Fred?
please refrain from speaking until you are recognized and obtain the floor.
So, to
We
be
have,
clear-
excuse me, Commissioner Maisha, the same applies to you. Mr. Vice Mayor had asked for the floor.
I was just finishing up my conversation. To be
It's
clear,
not a conversation,
is your-
Commissioner. You asked for a privilege motion, which was a point of inquiry which was made. This doesn't start a conversation.
So you're saying it stops
Commissioner
after the
Maisha,
one-
I know you heard me and you understand the rules.
No, I just
Mayor,
wasn't
we're unable
sure.
to
Commissioner
take notes.
Maisha, you made a
One shot,
privilege
Mayor.
motion which allows you to ask for information which was obtained. It doesn't start a conversation. If you want a conversation, you're welcome to it as long as you obtain the floor. You got an answer, you didn't get the one you wanted. Mr. Vice Mayor, you had the floor.
I think we're going in circles here. I'd like to just make a motion to call the vote.
I'm going to second that.
But we're not done discussing this. What about the $3 million? Fred, you're gonna really let all that
Commissioner, we have a
happen?
motion on the table.
And then on top of everything, you're gonna
Commissioner,
let
we
these
have a
people
motion
do
on
the
the table,
construction from
Commissioner.
88th Street?
All right, excuse me, we have a motion on the table,
And how about the
Commissioners.
$1.5 million?
Commissioner, we have a motion to end debate. What is your vote?
I just added that the construction vehicles access would be through 88, through Collins Avenue. That's in the motion, correct, Mr. Recio?
But how is it in the motion?
Commissioner, again, there was a motion on the
Mayor, there
table
was a
that
motion to
requires an
close
answer.
debate.
Madam Clerk, you want to call the roll on this?
Motion
But
to
wait a
close
minute,
debate.
we don't even know what the question is.
Could we have the?
We have a motion on the table again to end debate. We've had this conversation at the last meeting. This needs to be responded to. Do we want to call the vote?
But we're
We'll have the
still
town
talking
attorney
about
reread this. That's your opinion, Commissioner, and we'll hear what everybody wants. Madam Clerk, you want to just take the roll?
Commissioner Lansman, to close debate,
This is the,
to end debate.
yes.
Commissioner Velasquez? Commissioner Velasquez?
No, absolutely not.
Commissioner Mashai?
No.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
Yes.
The motion,
Thank you.
Can the town
Mr.
attorney-
Attorney, can you please read the motion in for clarification before the vote is called?
So I believe the motion is to approve the application subject to all of the conditions already in the resolution, plus this resolution, which I read earlier, which I have beefed up based on what was just described. The applicant shall prepare a revision to the site plan to relocate loading access and sanitary operations to the southwest portion of the property to be accessed from Collins Avenue in a manner that complies with the town code, subject to confirmation of compliance and approval by town staff and other applicable regulations, and shall present such revision to FDOT and Miami-Dade County to the extent the review is required. With submittal of the town-approved plan confirmed and verified by the town, Town shall be copied on all communications and any decision on the application confirmed by the town. If FDOT and Miami-Dade County, to the extent Miami-Dade County's review is required, grants a non-conditioned approval, the applicant shall incorporate the revision into the plans presented for building permit, and the town shall recognize the plans as so amended. If FDOT and Miami-Dade County, to the extent the county's review is required, do not grant a non-conditioned approval as verified by the town, applicants shall be relieved of this obligation and may proceed to building permit with the plans approved by this resolution, subject to all other conditions of this resolution. 88th Street shall be maintained free of building access and services except for emergency and utility services. Construction vehicle access through Collins Avenue shall be solely through Collins Avenue, subject to obtaining all applicable regulatory authority approvals to do so.
All right. Is it understood as the motion maker?
What happened with the $3 million? And the 1.5?
Again, we're no longer in debate or discussion. I'm asking the motion maker if he complies.
I am good with the motion. Thank you, Mr. Esio, for making it appropriate, yes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Just want to make sure the second
Sorry.
Vice Mayor Rose is good with it.
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Lansman,
Yes.
Commissioner Mashain,
No, because of the exception at the end. I think that the developer should come back, unfortunately.
Commissioner.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask
Velasquez.
you to please stay quiet. Mrs. Salzauer, this is your last warning. Please leave quietly. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please
Commissioner
continue.
Velasquez,
Mrs. Salzauer, please act respectfully in this room.
Commissioner Velasquez,
I'm sorry, but no, I can't vote for this with that restriction.
Vice Mayor
I-
Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Danziger,
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Can I speak? I'd
We're
like to
gonna
get.
vote.
Adjourn.
No, I'd like to speak before we
Second.
adjourn. I'd like to make, you see this?
All in
What-
favor?
He wants to
Aye.
make a motion to adjourn, so I can't make
All
another
opposed?
motion to change. You see this? You see exactly what he just did? You see